Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to today's conference on the Sentinel Initiative. Our Sentinel Initiative Public Workshop is now in its 9th edition. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy. This is a public workshop supported by a cooperative agreement with the FDA, and we're very pleased that so many of you here with us today in person and many more are joining us on the webcast. As I said, this is the 9th year of the Sentinel Workshop. It's provided an important venue for communicating about FDA's progress in developing the Sentinel system, about some of the activities of the Sentinel system, and about ways in which many of you in this room and others can work with and use the results of the Sentinel initiative, which, as we'll talk about today, is having more and more applications. In past workshops, we focused on a range of topics demonstrating the surveillance capabilities and the opportunities to develop useful evidence on public health issues from real-world data, now comprising a very large part of the American population. And last year was a particularly notable event as the mini Sentinel program transitioned out of its pilot phase and into an established and increasingly integrated FDA program. As Dr. Janet Woodcock said at last year's public workshop, Sentinel has become an integral part of routine safety surveillance at the FDA. Over the last 9 years, we've seen the Sentinel initiative truly change from a concept to a pilot set of activities to now an integrated reality in American safety surveillance. No longer are we just discussing possibilities, but rather we're focusing on an increasing array of milestones and an increasing potential for developing better evidence to influence and impact important issues in public health related to medical products. Sentinel is now utilizing more than 300 million person years of quality, curated, unduplicated data to conduct rapid, active surveillance. The workshop today will highlight how FDA is taking further steps to integrate the Sentinel system into regulatory decision-making. We're going to get a chance to hear about a wide range of analyses that have been and are being performed by FDA, as well as work being done by FDA and collaborators. This is, again, a public-private effort to leverage Sentinel as a core component of our nation's learning health system to improve the quality and value of healthcare. So we're going to start with remarks from Dr. Rich Moshiski, who's the Deputy Center Director for Science Operation at FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. He's going to share his perspective on the Sentinel Initiative's progress and the agency's vision for the future, and Rich has been closely involved in this effort for quite some time. We'll also hear from Sentinel leadership within the different centers that are contributing to these new steps in developing better evidence from actual use of medical products at CDER, at CBER, the Biologics Center, and at CDRH, the Device and Radiologic Health Center. We'll hear about what their respective center priorities are for issues related to Sentinel and public health surveillance for next year. We're then going to move into a session that will focus on the day-to-day operations of the Sentinel Initiative with a presentation from the principal investigator of the coordinating center, Richard Platt. The second Rich is also a key figure and has been from the beginning, from that conceptual phase a decade ago, a key figure in Sentinel's advancement, and it's always great to hear from Rich. After Rich, representatives from CDER's Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology and Office of New Drugs, and from CBER's Division of Epidemiology and Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology will describe how Sentinel tools and query results are being integrated into the agency's programs and workflows. And they're going to do that through some concrete examples. We're then going to take a short break, about 15 minutes, right before 11 o'clock, then back into session at 11 a.m. We'll go into presentations from staff at CBER, the Biologics Evaluation and Research Center, highlighting some significant evaluations that have been completed recently. We'll take an hour break for lunch at noon, We're then going to reconvene at 1 o'clock to hear from the staff at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research about some of the high priority evaluations that they have completed and how they are informing and building on this work more broadly. At 2 o'clock, we're going to shift to the update from the Sentinel Coordinating Center work to improve stakeholder awareness and understanding of stakeholder goals and capabilities. And I want to encourage you to come to that session. I think some of the important further steps with Sentinel are going to involve increasing interactions with stakeholders and consumers and increasing activity there. We'll have another short break at 2:45 to 3, and then our final session of the workshop is going to focus on efforts to expand the uses of the Sentinel infrastructure to address other high priority health questions. This is a distributed data infrastructure that keeps core data for individuals at home and that has potentially a wider range of applications, considerably wider than the very important applications so far in safety surveillance. Now, before turning to Rich Mashiski for his opening comments, I want to go over a few housekeeping items. This is a public meeting. Besides the in-person attendees, as I mentioned, we're very pleased to have people with us on the webcast online. The record of the webcast will be available on the Duke Margolis website after the event as well. I also want to emphasize that this is not only an opportunity for people to hear about what's going on from the FDA and the many other stakeholders involved with the Sentinel program, but also an opportunity for questions and comments from all of you. We've set aside some time in each session to address public comments. We're going to try to do that throughout the day, and we hope to hear from people online as well. As a heads up to the speakers and panelists, Isha Sharma, Isha, you want to wave, is going to be the enforcer to keep us on schedule with signs to indicate how much time we have left in each of the segments within the presentations. And for all of you, please feel free to help yourself to coffee and beverages throughout the day. They're located in the further back in the room. And I'll say more about this as we head into lunch, but lunch is on your own, that 12 to 1 hour. There are many restaurants and other eateries close by. We're going to provide a list of nearby restaurants. I think you have one in the reminder email that we sent out about this event yesterday. And if you have any questions, please check with our staff at the registration desk. There are lots of options for lunch around here. And you're welcome to bring food back to the room. So let's get started. I'm very pleased to hand things over to Rich Mashiski. Rich, again, is the Deputy Center Director at CEDAR at FDA. Rich, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Well, it's a great pleasure and good morning to all of you. I know many of you have traveled the distance, and we're very pleased that you're able to be with us here today. So I'm going to begin by really congratulating the entire Sentinel team. I mean, it's only been 1 year since we actually put together and said we're standing up Sentinel. Not many Sentinel, but Sentinel. And in that year, I think there's been amazing progress to keep us moving forward. I want to reiterate, too, how important Sentinel is to FDA across the board. It remains a very strong priority across our medical product centers, and I think this progress that we see continues to tell us that, in fact, our investment and our reliance is being paid back in a very important way. Drug safety today is better than it has been in the past, and it points us to how drug safety can be even better into the future. So there are several elements that I want to particularly bring out in my comments this morning. The first is that over this past year, we've truly integrated Sentinel into the regulatory process. Both CEDAR and CBER Sentinel programs have truly made this part of their post-marketing surveillance and risk assessment programs. They've done this with standardization of the signal assessment processes, comprehensive training and outreach to the scientific and regulatory staff, and now the adoption of this across a broad range of our medical product areas. During this time, we've stood up a governance system that is agency-wide involving CDER, CBER, and CDRH. CBER is here. Stephen is going to tell you a little bit later about how they've expanded their vaccine and blood product surveillance capabilities under their PRISM, that is the Post-Market Rapid Immunization Safety Monitoring Program, and BloodScan, their blood surveillance continuous active network. And we're going to also hear from Greg Pappas about coordinating the Sentinel activities with CDRH to leverage our infrastructure and complement what they put up as the National Evaluation System for Health Technology, or NEST, which allows now us to begin to look at this type of approach as well for medical device evaluation and regulatory decision making. So what that integration has now done is said that we now are in a phase of routine use for regulatory decisions. We've stood up ARIA, which you're going to hear much more about, which is the Active Risk Identification and Analysis System, which I think is going to be extremely important in how this works going forward. We've also held periodic trainings to increase our Sentinel expertise among our staff, and this has led to a significant increase in the automated tools and data over the past year. To give you a little color on that, in 2016, between CBER and CDER, the use of Sentinel involved 18 active protocol-based assessment, 74 ARIA and rapid query assessments, over 70 medical products, and 1,100 scenarios that were evaluated. Now, we're going to go into a little more detail with some of those. Rich Platt, and does anybody name their kid Richard anymore? I don't think so. And yet here we have an embarrassment of riches. And some of my FDA colleagues will highlight some of these assessments during our public meeting. The other aspect is we've continued to have growth. There's been growth in methods, data type, and source, and I'll even say access, and we'll get to that a little later. So we've continued to develop analytic methods. This allows us to ensure that we have a robust selection of analytic methods to address the variety of safety questions that we're going to face. Why does that always happen when you're speaking? It's my birthday, so I'm sure it's someone who's wishing me happy birthday. Thank you. I should have shut it off. It'll go off in a minute, honest. So in this growth, I want to say that we've now can access the electronic healthcare data of over 223 million members, including over 425 million person years of observation time. 43 million people are currently accruing new data, and 5.9 billion dispensing are available to us. Our data also includes now 7.2 billion unique encounters and 42 million people who have at least one laboratory result for us to be able to query. And we're continuing to expand access to new quality checked healthcare data types and sources. And I think you're going to hear a lot more about that from Gerald in our next session. So I won't go into, I don't want to steal all of his thunder. And we have 4 other data expansion projects that are underway at the present time. Now, this meeting today also emphasizes another important aspect, and that's the engagement of all of you and our stakeholders and public. The importance of our communication regarding our activities and capabilities was in part mandated by PDUFA 5, but it is something we're very happy to do. And our report and assessment on this is, will be posted by the end of this fiscal year. That will allow us to really try to explain where we've gone with the strengths, limitations, and uses of Sentinel. We've also successfully completed PDUFA 6 negotiations, which have included aspects of Sentinel, and that emphasizes the enhancement of our communications with our sponsors and public. And we've revamped the Sentinel website to increase accessibility and usefulness to the public and other stakeholders. And this afternoon, you're going to also hear from our colleague, Steve Makita, who leads the Sentinel Engagement Partners Work Group. And I think he will go into much greater detail around these issues. And finally, I want to come to access and the growth of access. We have always envisioned that Sentinel should be a national resource, ultimately. And even more so, we believe it should be part of a much larger national resource that allows us to look at real-world evidence in a variety of ways, certainly with drug safety in mind, but beyond drug safety for other uses. So we remain committed to supporting this. We remain committed to create a national data infrastructure that would enable external stakeholders, other agencies, researchers for academia or industry to also be able to access the Sentinel infrastructure for a variety of purposes, medical product research and quality improvement as examples. So in fact, I can say that this year, access to Sentinel or a Sentinel mirror image has now been extended beyond FDA through the Reagan-Udall Foundation's Innovation in Medicine Evidence and Development Surveillance System. That's a long amount of words, but we'll call it IMEDS for short. And in particular, IMEDS has established a framework using input from a broad number of stakeholders that allows private sector entities to gain access to the system under a situation where there is an appropriate degree of oversight. And this framework, in fact, was already tested by Pfizer and the data partners and the operations center to examine 2 different safety issues. So as a result, the FDA Sentinel system's distributed data as well as scientific methods and tools are now available for entities outside of FDA who want to conduct important research to advance patient safety. Another interesting aspect of this is how we will also work with patients. And FDA has launched FDA Catalyst, a strategic effort that leverages the Sentinel infrastructure by utilizing the data available through its data partners and supplementing it with data from interventions or interactions with patients or providers. And the FDA Catalyst has already got 2 projects going, and you're going to hear more about that later, so I won't go into a lot of detail on that at this point in time. I'll just finish by saying we need to focus on this sort of capability, not only for observational studies, but also for randomized trial in a real-world setting. Sentinel is a demonstration that this can happen. We know that there are many other projects, PCORInet, the NIH Collaboratory, CDRH's NESMD, and IMEDS that all share these kind of goals and objectives. And I think it points to the importance of collaboration and cooperation. So we must focus on this to realize this potential. And not only will such collaboration directly serve the public health, but it will also sustain these programs as we make sure that stakeholders, such as those of you present here today, have an incentive to continue to provide support in general for its maintenance and its continued growth. Thank you.
Rich, happy birthday. Thank you. So Rich already gave an overview of some of the things you're going to hear about on this panel, as well as some of the other important new developments. So let's get going with that. I'd like to ask our panelists for the next session to come on up while I introduce them briefly. Gerald Delpin is the director of the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. Stephen Anderson is the director of the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. And Greg Pappas is the associate director for National Device Evaluation at the Center for Devices and Radiologic Health at FDA. And Rich will also be participating in the in the discussion. I'm going to turn to each of these panelists for some overview comments on how FDA is benefiting from use of Sentinel, how the Sentinel system is impacting important regulatory activities like the review process, and what the path looks like for Sentinel-related activities and post-market surveillance using real-world data going forward. So we'll start off with Gerald, then Steve, then Greg, and see if Rich has any additional comments. So Gerald, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. As Rich said, it's been a very, very, very busy and productive year for Sentinel. Lots of people at the agency, at the Sentinel Operations Center, and their data partners have been working hard, and I think that the biggest accomplishment now is that we have integrated Sentinel into our review processes. That was the goal from the beginning, and now it's a reality. That took a lot of steps to get there. One of them is we had to train our staff on Sentinel, not just at a very high level, but at a fairly detailed level about what the system is, how it works, what the data are, what the programs are, et cetera, et cetera. And we had a lot of cooperation and invaluable input from the Sentinel partners and the Sentinel Operating Center in Boston. They came down on a few occasions and offered training to our staff. They offered training to a very, very large number of clinical staff in the centers, people involved in post-market safety in one way or another, gave them a nice overview of the system, and then for the people who are going to be more involved with it, the safety experts in the Office of New Drugs, the epidemiologists in our office and in other offices, the statisticians, they gave even more detailed instructions so they really understand the nuts and bolts of how the system works. And that's important because Sentinel, the way we use Sentinel isn't we press a few buttons in White Oak or they press a few buttons in Boston, but rather when we come up with a question for which we're going to get an answer from Sentinel, it's a collaborative effort, not only amongst a multidisciplinary team at FDA, but with a team at the Sentinel Operations Center together. So they're working together on the protocol specifications, on which outcomes are going to be measured, which covariates are going to be used, and they agree upon a final analysis, and then the Sentinel Operations Center takes over, writes the programs, distributes it to the data partners, gets the summary data back, aggregates it to us, and then the teams review the findings to see what they mean and how we incorporate then those findings into our regulatory decision making. So the training was very, very important and very successful. As some of you remember, when the Food and Drug Administration Amendments Act was passed in 2007, it required us to put Sentinel in place. It didn't use that word, but we're calling it Sentinel now. It also gave us authority to require companies to conduct post-market studies or clinical trials of safety when certain conditions were met. And one of the things it said to FDA was, you can only require a study or, in some circumstances, a clinical trial if, amongst other things, standard adverse event reports can't answer the question, or this active risk identification and analysis system, which we now call Sentinel, can't answer the system. So our staff worked with policy people and others to develop a system to say, to determine when Sentinel is sufficient to answer a particular post-market drug safety question, or when we have to require a company to do a study or, in some instances, a clinical trial. So we've put that together, and that is now part of the review process of a post-market safety question. And so Sentinel has a broad infrastructure, and it can do lots of things. The part we're using is the Active Risk Identification and Analysis System, or ARIA. And this has, I think, as Bob will explain in a little more detail, different levels of queries we can ask. They're level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1 is basically descriptive findings. Level 2 is inferential findings with some different methods for controlling confounder and adjustment. And level 3 then is a sequential look at things with those methods for confounding built in. So in 2016, we've done 59 ARIA assessments, and one assessment can include many different looks at the data. So there's been over 1,000 different scenarios, so to speak, that we've looked at. We also have 5 protocol-based assessments underway. A protocol-based assessment is something outside of ARIA. It is a customized epi study. It's starting from the beginning, so it's not really it's not relying exclusively on those modular programs that already exists. You'll hear about some of these later today, heart failure and ADHD medicines, prospective surveillance of MI after saxagliptin use, risk of seizures after Ranexa use. But Sentinel's not a static system. It's not enough for us to say, okay, we have this today, we're going to use it. We and our partners up in Boston want to continue growing the system, developing analytic methods, and importantly, putting new data into the system that allows us to look at how medicines are used in different settings of care. And so there's been work bringing on Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, Hospital Corporation of America as data partners as well to give us a better look into the inpatient setting. And we're also working with Medicare and PCORNet, and perhaps Rich or Bob can talk more about the details of that. Under PDUFA 5, we had to do an interim assessment, and as Rich mentioned, that's on our website. And last evening, we sent out the survey to CEDAR and CBER staff that will inform the final assessment, which, as Rich said, will be done by the end of this fiscal year. And so it's been a very exciting time. It's not a complacent time, though. While we're using Sentinel, we are looking forward to refining how we're using it, assessing how we're using it, and growing it. Thank you.
Thanks, Gerald. That was a lot of ground to cover. Stephen?
Oh, I can't. All right, so thank you very much. I think I will echo the comments that we've heard today. I think Sentinel has been a rounding success. I can see how far we've come in just the last year. But if you look over the program in the last 8 years, 9 years, we've really come a long way. We have a production system that's capable of doing, sort of in a rapid fashion, analyses and turning those around to help us make regulatory decisions. And then we have something that is really a system for doing epidemiological studies that we're close to, which is a protocol-based assessments. So a very useful and system for helping us develop data, better information for informing decision making. How has CBER been using the Sentinel system specifically? You're going to hear more about that later this morning, so I'm not really going to go into that. I'm just going to remind you, CBER has 2 main programs within Sentinel, which is PRISM, which is the vaccine safety part, and then the blood scan, which is really the blood safety part. What I would sort of just point out and highlight is that there are key differences in the way that the 2 FDA centers, the Center for Biologics and the Center for Drugs, are really using the system. You'll hear a lot about ARIA today, the Active Risk Identification and Analysis tools that are used extensively by the Center for Drugs. For our center specifically, we're using those tools as well. We've just started using them this year. But really about 80%, 90% of our resources go into the protocol-based assessments, the more comprehensive epidemiological studies, and then methods development. And then our vision is to really transition to phase out some of that work for the larger studies of protocol-based assessments and move more towards using the ARIA tools. We expect that will take us about anywhere from 3 to 5 years to sort of complete sort of the portfolio of work that we have. As far as accomplishments, as I mentioned, you know, we've been using the ARIA tools to address regulatory questions and have initiated this process to do the transition. Sentinel really has become really much more integrated into the work that we're doing to answer regulatory questions. We have a larger staff using the Sentinel tools, and then also a lot more work going on between us and the product offices, again, to integrate it into the regulatory work. Finally, I just wanted to say we've completed several studies this year, protocol-based analyses. I think we have more than 20 different ARIA-type analyses that we've done in addition to the protocol-based assessments. There's also the methods development part, and I think that we sort of need to underscore that. That's an important part, building the infrastructure, building the methods development, so that we have, you know, additional capabilities to access data in the future. Organizational changes, we've had to grow our organizations, both of us, CDER, CBER, and I'll say 3 of us, you know, Greg, CDRH as well. We've added, last year at this meeting, you heard me say that we added a CBER Sentinel director for the program. We've now added 2 additional staff people that are scientific coordinators. Kanera Chada, who is our scientific coordinator, and an epidemiological scientist. She really is coordinating our queries for us and has done a nice job with that. We've added a fellow, an FDA Science Commissioner's Fellow, who is doing a lot of scientific support work, Joyce Obidi. So they've done a nice job in sort of helping us scale up and moving towards more active production of Sentinel within CBER. And then we've done another area that's important to us is really outreach. So this year we had a PRISM workshop on December 7th where we invited in stakeholders. We presented a fair amount of the past work that we've done, the history of PRISM, presented future priorities, current priorities, and then received feedback from those stakeholders on those particular areas. We highlighted new areas that we're going into, which is tree scan for signal identification, and then moving into effectiveness work. Again, we received great feedback. I've been at the FDA 15 years, and that was probably the most positive feedback that I've received about a workshop in my career, so it was really a rounding success. So I'm going to say we need to do more of that type of outreach. And then second, as far as outreach, is the internal outreach, not just to the external stakeholders, but that outreach that goes to training our staff. So we're doing Sentinel 101 training. We have another, I guess, a session scheduled for May of this year. I wanted to get to talking about challenges because the program does have challenges. I am going to just be honest and say, you know, Sentinel is great. It's been a victim to some extent of its success. And every program has its challenges, especially in sort of growing. I've grown from a small office to a large office, and I realized those pains of growing. I'm going to say Sentinel's having the same challenges. Capacity right now is somewhat limited. It's causing delays on our projects. Costs have increased for studies and for doing things that we need, like medical chart review. I'm not going to paint this in a bad way. FDA is working with Sentinel to really resolve some of these problems and make the system more efficient. Some other areas of challenge for us are really reducing the data lag. Currently, data have a lag of 6 to 9 months and sometimes longer. And we need that to be approaching more near real time. If it's not the entire data set, we need some subset of that data to be delivered in real time. So if we have a new drug product we're rolling out, it's important to be able to characterize adverse events and think about a pandemic in those situations. We need the best information as quickly as possible on vaccines at that point for pandemics and for drugs and other treatments that are going to be rolled out in that situation. Again, what are the priority areas? What's next for us? The priority areas for us is to build, within our office in the center, is to build a national hemovigilance system. Sentinel is sort of one leg of that. We have other legs as well, but Sentinel and BloodScan are really a key to that. We have relationships with other data partners and work going on with the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services in this area. We have surveillance and monitoring of safety of products with the blood organizations, for instance, Red Cross and Blood Systems. And then we have one-on-one relationships with some of the data partners, for instance, Health Corps. So we have this sort of web of different and network of different groups to try to build this system. But Sentinel really is an important part of that. Signal detection with TreeScan is an important part. You'll probably hear more about that tool throughout the day. That is one tool for signal identification, and there are others that are also important. Another important priority for us is just refinement and evaluation of vaccine safety signals and product safety signals. That's really sort of our bread and butter work within Sentinel. We also continue to build capacity to study the safety of vaccines during pregnancy. I think we have probably approaching a half a dozen projects in this area because we think it's such an important area that needs really focus in the work that we do. And then finally, we finished a pilot program on vaccine effectiveness and have initiated studies in two ways, both protocol-based assessments, but then again, using some of the ARIA tools to start evaluating vaccine effectiveness in new and different ways. I just wanted to close by saying it's a team effort. It's a huge effort, and so I wanted to thank Azadeh Shoaibi, who is a CBER Sentinel lead in my group, her staff. They've been great. The colleagues, the medical officers who supported in the Division of Epidemiology, the colleagues in the front office, in my office that supported, and the CBER product offices. That's all been great. Other thanks are really to Rich Platt's group at Harvard. The Harvard people have been great to work with, and there are many of them that are involved in this that are behind the scenes, and they don't get enough thanks for the work that they do. So I think they deserve that thanks. They've built a great product, and it's a great legacy. But finally, there are other people too, and I just wanted to say the data partners and the academic partners who really make the program a success as well. You know, they're sort of, you know, behind the scenes again. It's a thankless job to do, but it's an important job because without them, Sentinel would not run, would not work. So I thank them for their work and the importance of the work they do for public health every day. So that's it. Thank you.
Steve, thank you, and your colleagues at CBER, other collaborators at FDA and at Sentinel, and the private sector partners for all this effort. Steve talked about some of the distinct issues with Sentinel and post-market surveillance for vaccines and the blood supply as compared to drugs. With devices, there also are distinct challenges and also opportunities, and Greg Pappas has been involved in a wide range of very significant activities underway at CDRH on this front.
Thank you, Mark. It's such an honor to be here to witness this evolution of the learning healthcare system as we see it moving forward so strongly with Sentinel. I'm here to talk about one of the other nodes in this network of networks that we think about, the National Evaluation System for Health Technology, and we're saying health with a little h, so it's NEST. Let me share with you, for those of you who don't know too much about what we're doing in the device space, you know, devices have a lot of unique challenges, very different set of issues on the technical side. What we've done to date that has worked, that is working, is a linked registry approach. We start out with national registries, working with surgical specialty societies, link that data to a CMS claims data, and voila, you have a study. The registries give us a well-curated a cohort of people exposed to, patients exposed to devices, and the CMS data provides us with validated outcomes that have led us to be able to use this sort of approach, this real-world evidence approach, for label expansion, for post-approval studies, and for signal detection. So we kind of started with from the other end of the spectrum compared to Sentinel, but I think we're beginning to converge. The way we've moved this system forward, so that's our core data strategy to date, and that is going gangbusters. We've got registry activities going on in vascular space, in surgical space, robotics, mesh, neurological devices, and others. So lots of exciting things going on, and much more to come. The way we've been moving this project forward is on two fronts, and through public-private partnerships. We have worked with a very, with what we call it an ecosystem, our ecosystem, the universities, sponsors, and other entities, payers, lots of people around the table need to make this happen. And FDA has stood up a public-private partner, MD EpiNet, to provide us with the technical expertise and the methodological insights to move this forward, and lots of productive work there. We've also worked very strongly with Mark McClellan and the Duke Margolis to move forward the administrative part of this through a planning board, a multi-stakeholder group that has helped us envision and move forward how this thing would work. So we've been doing these sorts of studies kind of on a one-off basis, but to bring this to put this in a more of an industrial mode, we need to think about how to organize this, and that has led to an award to MDIC, the Medical Device Innovation Consortium, and you'll hear from Bill Murray, the executive director of MDIC, this afternoon. We've awarded them the role of the coordinating center. The other major announcement from the device side is that we had a successful conclusion of our MEDUFA negotiations. MEDUFA 4 is awarding us $50 million and 10 FTEs over the next 5 years to help build this system. Last, mentioned just very briefly, we are also working very strongly in the area of promoting the implementation and use of the unique device identifier. Those of you who come from the drug world, I think, take it for granted that since the 70s you've been able to identify drugs in claims data. We still don't have that capacity. The UDI, the unique device identifier, is now on all class 3 and 2 devices. Those who are high risk and then medium risk devices, but moving that towards a reality where that number is used in clinical records is in front of us. We've had a lot of success working with our partners at CMS. There's a process called X12 by which they update what's in medical claims, and we're trying to move the UDI into medical claims with our partners at CMS through the X12 process. So with that, again, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, thank all my panelists, and look forward to hearing more about how Sentinel is moving us forward.
Greg, thank you very much. Rich, comments you'd like to add at this point?
Well, I think I'm going to mostly echo what we're hearing, maybe from my earlier comments, reinforced by Gerald's comments, and woven in by Stephen and Greg as well. And I think what we're hearing is that we are in the 21st century, that we are now using digital information in a way that is more rapid than we've ever been able to do before for across all of the agency needs on drug safety. So I've heard, again, how we are integrating it truly into a variety of our regulatory processes, both in terms of, I think we heard from Steve, the protocol-based assessments, even the use of ARIA that I think, Gerald, we're now quite often using, and I think the numbers that I spoke to before underline that. And I think we're also seeing this growth, the growth in data, the growth in uses, whether they be uses for vaccines, whether they be uses for drugs, and now we're seeing a system developed for devices that is also becoming real. It has a little key to it. The UDIs are the sort of key that will unlock the full potential of that. But you can see how it can add to the growth and to the network of networks that Greg spoke of to really create this, the entity for real-world evidence generation of the future. So we also, I think, have echoed that there's a comfort that's being developed in this kind of information that allows us to really feel good about its use in regulatory decision-making. And I think we've also heard an echo continuing about things like today, about this engagement with stakeholders. I think, Steve, for example, you emphasized your public meeting that was seminal in moving things forward. Our interactions with PDUFA goals, both the last one and the new one. And then finally, we're talking about this continued growth in uses and in access issues, I think, that we're hearing about, but particularly in uses. And I think that's the future that we can now focus on to bring us into the next 5-10 years, I hope, of Sentinel.
Yeah. Thanks, Rich. And we're going to turn to questions and comments from you all in just a couple of minutes, so get ready. We have microphones up in the room. But to tee that off, I'd like to pick up on Rich's last comment about what more may be coming in 3 to 5 years, as there's this, what you all described as a continued build-out of this kind of public, supported, privately sourced data and analytic capacity for post-market surveillance and an increasing array, as Rich was saying, of other data uses. Maybe if you could just spend a minute looking down the road a little bit further, 3 to 5 years. I know it's hard to speculate, but what do you see Sentinel and these related efforts evolving into in terms of support for regulatory decisions in the post-market setting or other uses? Jerry, you mind starting?
Yeah, sure. So I think we can break that down into 3 big buckets. And I think one is expanding the capacity and capabilities that we have available to us at FDA for our post-market surveillance work. So that's one bucket. A second bucket would be opening up those capabilities to people outside FDA. And I think we'll hear from some people from industry this afternoon about IMEDs and that as a portal for non-FDA use. And then the third thing would be to expand the capabilities for things other than post-market safety. And we'll hear, I think, from Melissa Robb this afternoon on how we may leverage the infrastructure of Sentinel for broader evidence generation. So if you put it, I think, in those 3 buckets, that's where I think the next 3 to 5 years would take us in broad terms.
Great. Thank you. Steve?
Boy, I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Great.
Which is more Pollyannish and say, I think the area for us, I'm going to go out 5 to 10 years, which I think is really automation of the system. So I think trying to bring more electronic health records into the system, and the goal ultimately that I keep on telling my leadership is to ultimately make the system automated so that it is generating adverse event reports that are sent to us that can be evaluated and alerting us when there are adverse events, rather than us having to go in and query. Again, that is sort of blue sky. That is sort of big vision and big picture, but that's sort of where I'd like to see this go. And I think that's a benefit to FDA, and that's certainly a benefit to industry. And so it's less burdensome if we can get that approach working. We have some basic pilots, I think, that Harvard has done to show us that it is possible. But again, I think we've got to get the basic infrastructure, the electronic health records, and those things aligned to actually make it happen.
Thank you. Greg?
I'll mention
Microphone.
microphone here. I'll mention a short-term and a long-term perspective. In the short term, the future holds further linkage. We've already working collaboratively, just started a project with PCORINET using EHR data to further augment these data systems, these data sets that we're producing, these linked data sets. So that's a very exciting possibility. The possibility of doing this, something similar with Sentinel, linking registries with Sentinel is something we'd like to explore. In fact, we're actively pursuing some of those conversations. For the future, so devices are like science fiction. It's every day I'm amazed. So our current platforms for innovation, or for regulatory decision making, by the time we design a study, the engineers are on their third iteration of the device. We need a totally different platform to stimulate and keep up with the innovation process. And we believe that this Nest, this system that we're talking about, can do that. The mantra that has been guiding us has been better, faster, cheaper. This definitely is a less expensive way. It's not going to replace everything that's been done, and but we're not doing this because we don't have other approaches. You can do traditional epidemiological studies, but they take a long time and they're very expensive. Many of our decisions we're able to make in a faster and cheaper way. But the better part, I think, is also very important. All of us in medical products are impressed and aware of the fact that things are out in the market, and then Janet says it the best. Then sometimes it's good luck. We now in some of our devices have near real-time continuous surveillance on a quarterly basis. We update these registries on a quarterly basis, update the outcome data on a quarterly basis, and have monitors it's called the Delta system, looking for signals on a routine basis. So this is already happening in some of our device areas, and we look forward to more of this in the near future.
Rich?
So I don't think I have anything really new to say about that, but if I were to really put on the blue sky approach, I'd say I'd pick up a couple themes and emphasize them. One would be long-term, the development of this network of networks. The ability of communication, a variety of data sources, the ability to make them communicate with each other in intelligible ways that allow us to begin to integrate data to answer a whole variety of questions, and this being, Sentinel still being a very important core aspect of how such a network of networks could really begin to grow. The second one I'm going to pick up is this concept of automation, this concept that, from safety in the 20th century, we started with adverse event reporting in spontaneous ways in the post-marketing setting. And now you can see that I'll pick up this idea that someday, these things will actually be analyzable in a real time, in a real world setting. And we have to start somewhere, and this has been a great start to begin to move in that direction. And finally, the last I'll say, depending on how you feel about singularity, is artificial intelligence and the ability to begin to develop algorithms that can really sort through this massive amounts of data and begin to tell us the real signals that we need to pick up, know sooner rather than later in order to serve patients the best.
Great. Thank you all for getting out there in terms of looking forward. I'd like to open this up to comments from or questions from people in the room. We have a couple of microphones set up, and I know people here are not shy, so please do feel free to step up if you have a question or comment. Rich, while going to the microphone, you also mentioned IMEDS. We're going to talk about that later today as kind of a next step in expanding out use of the Sentinel infrastructure more widely. Any brief comments on that? Or?
Well, I'm pleased to say that, as part of this step to make this a national resource, we're very pleased that Sentinel can be accessed, that IMEDS is an important way to begin to do that. It is a parallel system. It's as close to the FDA Sentinel as you might get, but it's using most of the same elements. And I think it does begin to open this real door to a broader use in the future. So we really look forward to see how that's going to work out.
Thank you.
We think
Please-
Reagan Udall has also been a pretty good partner in trying to do this
And
because
expanding it
of
out.
their, their ability to keep arm's length from us, at the same time to provide an appropriate mechanism of oversight that we think is kind of key to assuring a proper use of this resource.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead and let us know who you are when you ask your
Hi,
question.
Grace Lieberman from Genentech Regulatory Policy. So I have a question, sort of also the blue sky looking forward, and it really ties to maybe the last comment about IMEDs. If you think of Sentinel and your familiarity, do you think, let's say, 5 years or something, you could envision that a company could, through the IMEDs, instead of designing their own studies and protocol for post-marketing commitments, really just use the system and do the analysis? And where do you think we are and what it was going to take to get there? Thank you.
I don't think we're 5 years away from, the possibility that PMRs might be done within the Sentinel system.
I think you'll hear some company experience this afternoon. Yeah.
So looking forward to the discussions this afternoon. And I think as all of you have mentioned, this is one way to think about it is really an FDA-supported push to create a national infrastructure that enables much more real-time, more comprehensive learning. Obviously, the focus here has been on safety surveillance, but as we'll talk about this afternoon, broader evidence generation relevant to FDA and relevant to a lot of other parts of the healthcare system.
Yeah, I might say, and going out on a slight limb is, in view of some national discussion, I think what we don't need is less evidence. I think what we need is better, faster, cheaper levels of evidence to do good decision-making.
Thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, hi, Jesse Berlin from Johnson & Johnson. Just a comment on this future of automation and signal detection. The future, and Greg, you said it, the future is here in many ways. And I just want to point you guys, I know you're familiar with Odyssey and the work that's going on there. And things like calibration of results to try to get at the residual bias. So there's a lot of, and appropriate control of type 1 error. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on there. We've been trying to implement it internally at J&J, and we'd like to, I guess, in industry in general, I think we want to stay involved in that process of figuring out how to do this intelligently. So.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm enamored of the idea that we don't stop on our methods development. We don't stop on trying to understand bias. We don't stop on trying to make this better. I mean, we know that our precision today is good, but not great. And if we can find ways to improve that precision in our findings, I think that kind of work that Odyssey's been doing, I think, has been seminal in helping to understand. And IMEDS kind of grew out of OMOP, Odyssey grew out of OMOP, and so I think all of that's really important work.
In terms of addressing bias issues, as Odyssey's been working on. These are all very important methodologic issues that do need more attention. And I have time for one more question, please.
Mike Goodman, AstraZeneca. I want to echo what Jesse said. I think when I look at this, sending it through the coordinating center would be really great, but we license Pharmetrics, we license Truven, we license GE, and a bunch of other data sets. And if the common data model was more readily accessible, that we could turn the data into those things and download the modular programs as they exist on the Sentinel organization website and run those. You want speed. That's going to give you speed. And you want to change is follow the Odyssey model a little bit more, where the modular stuff and the common data model are much more heavily supported outside of Sentinel. And Rich Platt was one of my mentors, so I'm not trying to say that Harvard Pilgrim is doing a bad job. But the simple thing is that from the perspective within industry, if we could be running these modular programs ourselves, ourselves on the data sets we're licensing. The timeliness, as someone said, of the Sentinel data is not much better than what I get from Truven MarketScan. I'm not an advertiser for them. It's just simply running it on things that we're already licensing would be a huge step forward. So having a workshop on that particular issue would take us a long way forward.
Any comments on that? But thanks very much for the suggestion, and I think that's a topic on how to accelerate access to the data needed to develop post-market evidence, how to improve the methods. That is going to be a recurrent theme today. There's been a lot of progress in Sentinel, but clearly more to do. For right now, I'd like to thank our panel for an excellent discussion to kick us off. Thank you all very much. I would also like to continue our theme with Sentinel and its abundance of riches to introduce our next speaker, who really doesn't need an introduction, I think, to this group. He's been a critical part not only of these annual report meetings on Sentinel, but especially on the core work of Sentinel itself, and that's Rich Platt. Rich is the professor and chair of the Department of Population Medicine at Harvard Medical School and executive director of the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute, and has been from the start the principal investigator, the source and core of the vision, and all of the large amount of energy, commitment, time, and effort that have gone into bringing Sentinel to the point where it is today. And I'd like to hear from Rich about his views on updates from the Sentinel Coordinating Center. Rich?
In Mark's introductory comments, he noted that Sentinel has established quality checked, curated, and unduplicated data, and it took about 2.5 seconds to say that. But one of the dogs that won't bark today is the fact that we're not going to spend much time talking about the extraordinary accomplishment of creating a distributed data set for which we have a pretty good idea of its capabilities and its limits. And that was the work of several years. Those who've attended this meeting over the years know that we spent a very considerable amount of time and energy just talking about the work that went into creating this kind of resource. Because reflect on the fact that we live in a society that doesn't automatically create the kind of data that's useful for FDA's decision making, and it has taken the work of literally hundreds of people to be able to create the resource that now we're talking about the fact that we wish we could use it faster and turn it around more. So there's a lot to sort of that's just under the surface of the things that are appropriately the topic of today's discussion. I have some slides. Do you think we could bring them up, please? I will sing from the same songbook that Rich Mashitsky started us off on, and frankly, I'll just go a little deeper on his comments, the comments of Gerald and Steve. First, I want to make sure to call out the many organizations that participate in Sentinel. You can see them here. A number of my colleagues are in the room. Can I ask you folks just to stand up for a second, partly so that you can get some credit. Okay, everybody, up you go. Partly because they're your best source of sort of comments and questions if you want to talk during the break. So thank you, folks. The Sentinel Common Data Model is here. It was designed. It is a remarkably simple model. Why is it a simple model? It's simple because these are the data elements that the several data partners agreed that they could create in a way that would be consistent across them. Mike, let's talk later. The data model is detailed, is on the website, considerable detail on the definition of the variables, and the modular programs are on the website too. So I want to make sure that everyone knows they are there. They are not. We'll be the first to say they are still not very, very user friendly. It takes a fair amount of knowledge to use them to their fullest extent. But it has been our charge and our desire to make these tools available to everyone. Just top level tables are ones that every data partner populates. The bottom level tables are ones that some data partners populate. One of the keys to success of Sentinel has been the fact that we've never had to ask data partners to provide their data. We've always been able to send the questions to the data partners. One of FDA's instructions to us as we were beginning to think about Sentinel was to say, FDA does not want to take possession of individuals' data. And that was a really important foundational instruction from FDA. FDA is not in the business of having people's private information in its possession, and this mechanism has really sort of undergirded a great deal of what we've been doing. So the questions in the form of executable programs go to the data partners. They can decide whether they're prepared to respond to those questions. Everything is opt-in. And then they return those. Rich Masiski gave us this sort of high level of what's in the data set. So there's a lot of information, and we think we understand how to use it well. These are the key elements. The fact that Catalyst, FDA Catalyst, is a new addition has really made us think about what's Sentinel and what's not Sentinel, because the infrastructure can support a substantial amount more than it's doing. As Rich Masiski said, it was at the last meeting that Janet Woodcock said it's a integral part of routine safety, and we have been trying to be attentive to these two mandates. One is stand up the production capabilities of Sentinel to be able to support decision making, and then develop these additional capabilities. Let's pause for a second on the protocol-based analyses, which Steve Anderson particularly highlighted. Over the years, we have talked about a number of Sentinel's important successes, the ability to closely replicate well-known findings of ACE inhibitors and angioedema, or study of rotavirus vaccine and intussusception in infants that guided regulatory decision-making. And those are examples of protocol-based studies. They were and are a big success. It's possible to do a protocol-based analysis in a year, maybe 2 years, and it costs $1 million or $2 million. And you say, what kind of success is that? And all I'll say is, if you lived in a pre-Sentinel world, the studies that take a year or two and cost $1 million or $2 million used to take 3 or 4 years and cost $7 million. However, that's not the basis of the kind of obligations that FDA has. But Christian Hamp this afternoon will talk about a protocol-based analysis that Sentinel has done, and there will always be a place for protocol-based analyses. But the ability to be able to answer questions quickly and efficiently really depends on what we're calling the routine analytic framework that supports these active risk identification and analysis programs. And for that, we have been, over the years, developing an ever more capable set of tools that support these. So Sentinel now has 3 ways to address questions. There are these custom programs that support protocol-based analyses. You put together a group of experts. They think about how to answer the question. They design the programs. We figure out whether the data is really up to it, and that takes a year or two. routine analytic framework are these programs that are they're canned programs. You specify the population of interest, what they're exposed to, and the outcomes of interest, and they're very quick and efficient. And we found that it was very hard to match these programs to the specific questions that FDA staff needed to answer. And so over the past year, we've developed a hybrid, which we call RADAR, the Rapid Analytic Development and Response Capability. Start with a modular program and do a little bit of custom programming on top of that. So the rule of thumb is it can be a radar activity if 8 hours of programming will provide the additional kind of information that FDA staff needs to be able to make effective use of the program. And that has really unlocked a lot of additional functionality for us. So here's the sequence. This is what you can do with these modular programs. We can do simple counts of things. So and it goes from least complex to most complex. Very simple counts. Sometimes the question is there enough of this product being used that it's worth even asking the question? Or are there enough outcomes of interest that it's worth asking a question? If you wanted to know, how many people under 35 have a diagnosis of cataract? We pulled out all of the simple queries. And so that's these. And in the last year, we had 49 of these queries, several hundred scenarios. It's the kind of information you ask before you spend the additional resources to do more. These complex counts actually provide substantial information about who's exposed to what and what happens to them. So now we're talking about actual, not just counts, but actual rates. How much person time is there? How long were people exposed? Who were they? We can qualify them by saying we want first diagnoses of heart failure among individuals exposed to different drugs that are used to treat ADHD. This is an example that Andy Musholder will talk about later this afternoon. This is a level. So this is a complex count query. Rich Mashitsky and I'm way behind. Rich Mashitsky and Gerald talked about level 1 programs. That's what these are. And you can do a lot sometimes by just doing these counts. Here's an example of a look at the use of antiemetics in pregnancy. FDA just asked us to use a level 1 program enhanced by a pregnancy tool to look at the use of antiemetics. And here's a drug, ondansetron, not approved for use in pregnancy, which turns out is being used for almost a quarter of pregnancies that come to term. And this is work that Lockwood Taylor led, and the conclusion is we probably ought to know more about whether it actually works to treat nausea and vomiting in pregnancy, and we might need to know more about the safety of the product. Rich Forshee will talk about looking at blood transfusions during pregnancy. This became of critical interest about a year ago when the question was if there might be Zika virus transmitted by transfusion, how important is that to pregnant women? We had, the thing I really want to point out to you is that it was a priority request, and we were able to return high-quality data in 3 days from 15 different data partners. Sometimes you want to compare the rates of events. These are so-called level 2 programs. These are adjusted rates or hazard ratios or self-controlled risk intervals. And the work this afternoon that you'll hear about on risk of seizures associated with ranolazine is an example of this. We can keep about 16 to 20 of these complex queries going at any one time. And the reason for that is although these are highly automated programs, there's a lot of discussion about ensuring that you frame the question exactly in the right way. Then there's often follow-up questions. It had been the case that if you needed to know more about an individual, you would go get the record, and we do a fair amount of that. And as Steve Anderson pointed out, it's slow and it's expensive. And so as an intermediate step, we've created a patient episode profile report that allows you to put together all of the information from these individuals in a way that a human can read them. So on day 0, this infant was immunized. 4 days later, came back to the office with gastroenteritis, and 3 days later was hospitalized again with gastroenteritis and dehydration. This gives you a sense of what was actually happening. These queries have been used to look at medication errors and geographic location stratification. We don't have time to talk much about how methods development and data expansion work, but it's a multi-step process to make sure that we know that, let's say, that the data are there, that we're clear about how to use them, and then can actually build them into tools so that they can be used on a regular basis. Rich talked about the fact that there are 4 data expansion projects. I particularly want to highlight the CMS expansion because within a few months, we'll effectively double the size of Sentinel to be able to use these tools with the CMS data. These are selected methods that are being developed by during this past year. We've put a fair amount of work into communication. Steve Makita will talk about the patient engagement piece, but another big piece of that has been redesigning our website to look like this. And I want to spend the rest of my time just giving a sort of a quick intro to the work of what is evolved into the National Evidence Generation System, EVGen, that FDA is leading. Last year, we talked about the fact that in additional Sentinel, IMEDS was trying to do some work. The NIH Collaboratory had great progress. There were opportunities for collaborations with PCORNet. CDC was interested in using this, and we were thinking about doing a randomized trial. And there's been substantial progress on all of those. We'll hear about the IMEDS program this afternoon from Robert Reynolds and David Martin. This is one of those studies that's already been done by the Pfizer project that has already been mentioned. With the NIH Collaboratory, we are currently soliciting queries from the scientific community to use Sentinel infrastructure to address questions of interest to NIH investigators. It's on the website now. Please tell your colleagues if they want to do that, because NIH is funding that. With PCORNet, Rachel Florence will talk about the fact that there are 2 projects called Genesis that are partnerships between PCORNet and Sentinel, one looking at methods for Zika virus surveillance, congenital Zika surveillance, the other looking at inpatient antibiotic utilization and the ability to report that to CDC. And finally, a Sentinel CDC work group has been looking at medical countermeasures and the ability to use medication dispensing as a proxy for influenza activity. Steve talked about the fact that we would like data sooner, and most of the time when we accelerate the time period, the quality of the data deteriorates. So the reason that the interval is what it is that it seems to be a good trade-off for many things. In this case, the medication data is available much sooner, and so these data can be available literally within a week or 2. I'll say a little about the Catalyst activity. We are expecting in April to randomize about 35,000 people in 5 health plans to a direct-to-member intervention to encourage people who should be anticoagulated because they have atrial fibrillation to begin anticoagulation. It's been a working group that's been highly successful, including FDA and the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. These are drafts of the kind of mailers that will go out to these individuals. And our hope is that we can substantially reduce the burden of strokes related to atrial fibrillation by this kind of intervention. I should mention we're also writing to the providers to tell them that we've reached out to their patients. And finally, I want to close with a market-based analysis of Sentinel's value. This is the old Sentinel, the Mini Sentinel website, and you remember that while we owned minisentinel.org, minisentinel.com was out there for anyone, and it was for sale for $1,900. And I thought that was pretty good. We're now sentinelinitiative.org, and here's sentinelinitiative.com. It's $3,700. So not only does FDA think it's worthwhile, but it makes a difference. I do want to say that several people have said there are a lot of people who make Sentinel successful, and I just want to shout them out. This is the operations center staff. The tall guy in the middle was the commissioner who came to visit one day. And these are the people at all the sites who have made Sentinel what it is. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Rich. Those credits keep getting longer. I would like to invite our next panel up as we continue to go through some of the activities related to Sentinel. This is a panel on the state of the Sentinel surveillance activities. We're going to hear from Robert Ball, the Deputy Director of the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology at CEDAR, Mwango Khashoggi, the Associate Director for Safety at the Office of New Drugs at CEDAR as well, and Scott Prestel, the Director of the Division of Epidemiology in the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology at CEDAR. These presentations are going to talk more about Sentinel activities, Sentinel improvements on and more on the current state of Sentinel safety surveillance. So Bob, please go ahead.
Good morning. There's so many things to talk about. We'd be here for a couple of days, but I'm going to try to take a few minutes to take a deeper dive into the ARIA system that you've heard a couple of the previous speakers talk about, because it's really at the heart of how CEDAR is approaching the use of the Sentinel system now. As Gerald mentioned, in 2007, the FDA Amendments Act gave FDA a whole suite of new authorities, but it also required FDA to create the active post-market risk identification and analysis system, which FDA responded to this requirement by launching the Sentinel initiative. And to sort of get a little, I guess, wonkish here, this is the law that, the language from the law that links this system to FDA's authority to require post-marketing studies. And basically what it says is that FDA has to do a sufficiency analysis to say whether or not this system, this active post-market risk identification and analysis system, is sufficient to meet the purposes of the proposed post-market study. If this ARIA system is sufficient, then FDA cannot require a post-marketing study. If ARIA is not sufficient, then FDA can proceed on to launch this post-market requirement. So that's why this has become the core of how CEDAR is integrating Sentinel into its review and regulatory process. So what is ARIA? So we've defined ARIA as having two components. One is the automated analytic tools, and the other is the data that's available in the common data model. So you heard Rich talk a little bit about these tools using a different terminology, but they're basically these level 1, level 2, and level 3 analyses. And what this does is it puts protocol-based assessments outside of the ARIA system. So FDA can still use a protocol-based assessment if it desires, but in doing a sufficiency analysis, we focus on the analytic tools and the common data model. So Rich already went into some detail about these, and I'm just going to talk about them at a high level again. So a level 1 query gives us the descriptive analysis and unadjusted rates. A level 2 query allows us to do sophisticated adjusted analyses. And a level 3 query, in principle, allows us to do sequential adjusted analyses. Right now, the level 1 and level 2 programs are in what we consider to be production mode in ARIA. In level 3, or the sequential analysis, would be something that we would look for in the future. So then the important question is, what is sufficiency? So the way we look at sufficiency at a very high level, again, is that we have adequate data on the drug we're interested in studying, the health outcomes of interest, and the confounders, all in a common data model, that we have an appropriate method to answer the question of interest that's been turned into one of these automated tools, and that we can do this to a satisfactory level of precision. So this involves a combination of power and other concerns. On the bottom there, the FDA Amendments Act actually defines the study purposes, and we can assess a known serious risk related to the use of a drug, assess signals of a serious risk, or identify an unexpected serious risk when available data indicate the potential for a serious risk. So this sort of expands on the sort of types of questions that we might address in using ARIA. So how does this work? Again, at a very high level from a process point of view. So if a safety concern is raised and a determination is made by an FDA review team that an epidemiological assessment is desired, then we have a series of meetings where we ask the question, is ARIA sufficient? So this involves a kind of deep dive into the data and the methods, and write a memo describing what we think, whether or not we think ARIA is sufficient. If it's yes, then we move into an ARIA production mode. If it's no, then we can require a post-market study. We might also, at the same time, do a capability development or related study within Sentinel as part of one of the developmental activities, but outside of sort of this production environment. And just as a reminder that in the whole process that FDA uses for signal identification, signal refinement, and signal evaluation, we have our traditional tools, the case reports, registries, observational studies, and clinical trials. And Sentinel and ARIA sort of fit into this, but Sentinel also has a whole set of other activities. And you heard Steve mention TreeScan earlier as a data mining activity. And we can use protocol-based assessments as well, along with the tools for sort of purposes outside of specifically the ARIA process. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So I am going to expand on an aspect of Bob's talk that he highlighted, and that is also what has been mentioned in previous comments from speakers, and that's with regard to integration of the use of Sentinel analyses into the drug review process. So the Sentinel database is, we all understand it, is another valuable information source for further characterization of drug safety signals. And not only can it be used after a drug is approved for identification of new safety signals or further evaluation of known signals, it can also be used during the review of new and supplemental marketing applications to add to what is known about drug use or drug effects. So for example, in the context of review of a supplemental application for an already approved drug, if the application is for a new indication or new treatment, we can get additional information about drug use as well as any experiences of the population that's already been treated with the product. And if a drug, for example, if there's an application for a new drug in the class, we can use Sentinel data to inform our understanding of experiences with other products in the class so that we can use that information in our assessment of this marketing application currently under review. So additionally, with the augmented capabilities of the Sentinel system, and specifically with regard to ARIA, when there are serious safety concerns that FDA determines warrant further evaluation, as I said, either at the time of approval or after approval, we must now consider the sufficiency of ARIA in terms of making that further evaluation of the safety concern. And as Bob just described, and it's almost like a series of negatives, if we determine that ARIA is not sufficient, then we would issue a requirement to this drug sponsor for a study or trial post-marketing, but if it is ARIA is determined to be sufficient, then we would conduct that analysis of the safety issue within the ARIA system, and a PMR would not be issued. So CEDAR, as Gerald had alluded to, and Bob as well, is defining and refining its processes for determining the sufficiency of ARIA. And during the drug review process, whether for a new application or a supplemental marketing application, this process of ARIA sufficiency determination is very important because, as many people know, there are associated timelines for that drug review process. So the schematic that I'm showing in this slide is probably very familiar to many, but I'll just describe it briefly. It's taken from CEDAR's desk reference guide, and it describes our process for review of applications. And at the top of the diagram are certain milestones, such as when the application is filed, as well as when there are key meetings of the review team that's assessing the application. The middle of the diagram summarizes phases and certain activities of the drug review process. And at the bottom, we have timelines shown in months, and that shows the period of the review. I've superimposed on this diagram two red lines towards the top, and the dashed line is intended to indicate the period during the review process in which Sentinel analyses could be used to augment the information that's contained within the application. And the solid line, which is between the mid-cycle and the wrap-up meetings of the review team, indicates the period of time when the review team will be having more intense conversations about particular safety concerns and conducting this assessment or determination of the sufficiency of ARIA to address that safety concern. So, as I said, that we are defining and refining our processes for determining ARIA sufficiency. There are scientific considerations to be made, as Bob just walked us through, and there are also procedural issues that we have to take into account. Our teams are very complex, timelines are fast, and there's a lot that we need to accomplish during the review of the application. The staff in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology within CEDAR take the lead on our Sentinel analyses, but staff in other offices have critical roles to play as well. For example, the staff in Office of New Drugs bring clinical expertise and can help refine the clinical question, and staff in our Office of Biostatistics help with the statistical analysis planning for the assessment of the safety concern. And you'll hear more about the nature of these team interactions in the context of ARIA sufficiency determinations in our later talks this afternoon. Now, obviously, clear communication across teams is very important during this ARIA sufficiency determination process. We've got to have things that people understand the basics, such as timeframes for going through this work. And we need to be clear and timely in our discussions of the issues and the purpose of the evaluation, because those form the core of determining the sufficiency of ARIA. So in addition to assuring good communication about Sentinel analyses during the review of safety signals, it's important to also be clear in our communication once the analyses are conducted and results are available. We are continuing to formalize a process within CEDAR of sharing information across teams and across offices, and really having more discussions about interpretation of results, particularly in the context of other information that's available about the drug and the safety issue. It's very important for us to understand the strengths and limitations of the analysis that was performed, or the analysis that would be performed in ARIA. Dr. Platt has mentioned the Sentinel Initiative webpage, where there's a lot of information about activities as well as results. One thing that is important is, as we continue to integrate the use of Sentinel analyses into our review process, is communication with drug sponsors about planned and completed analyses. And we're working through formalization of those procedures so that there can be consistency in terms of how that's done. So all of this is to say that we are committed to, because it's very, very important to us and for public health, to integrating the use of Sentinel into the drug review process, both pre and post-approval. We're looking to our existing documentation about how we think about evaluation of post-market, of signals in the post-market period, and looking to see how we can incorporate our policies and procedures into either existing documents or additional documents, so that staff and the public, as well as our stakeholders in terms of sponsors, have this information. Thank you.
Thanks, Mwango. Scott's up next.
Good morning. My name is Scott Prestel. I'm Director of Epidemiology at FDA's Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research. I would like to share just very briefly a few comments on how CBER has been integrating Sentinel in our regulatory work. So just to start off, we received the Sentinel data as part of a really in the environment of getting safety data from many sources. We certainly have the pre-market safety data, which is generally clinical trial data. We have spontaneous adverse event reports that we receive through FAERS and VAERS, which I suspect you're familiar with. Obviously, we survey the medical literature. We have routine teleconferences with other regulatory authorities, such as the EMA. And as far as Sentinel, there are many uses. It's a very rich, large data resource, but certainly signal detection is something that we're investigating. And obviously, there's the ability to do epidemiologic studies. We also have other sources for pharmacoepi studies, such as the vaccine safety data link, which actually CDC does. And we use the CMS data as well. So it's all part of really a network of safety data coming into us that we need to integrate. So as far as the CBER use of Sentinel data, as Dr. Anderson's already mentioned, we've traditionally used the protocol-based assessments over the last number of years. We believe that ARIA is becoming more and more sophisticated and more useful, and so there is some movement for us to go towards more use of ARIA. And I did want to actually just mention, in case you're not familiar with CBER, we oversee three major product areas, the prophylactic vaccines, blood and blood products, as well as cellular and gene therapies. So CBER actually held a workshop on PRISM just very recently. So I thought it would be nice to talk about BloodScan. This is a tool that's been developed for surveillance of blood and blood products. It can use up to and including all of the data partners, and it uses claims data as well as electronic health records. Recently, we've been able to use inpatient blood transfusion data, which has been very important for improved surveillance. And as a way of introducing you to BloodScan in a very short time frame, I'd like to do a very brief short case study looking at immune globulin and thromboembolic events, work that has recently been done, not by me, but by others, and I will give you the full list of names soon. So very quickly, what is IVIG? It's immune globulin that's been pooled from donor plasma. It has a number of uses, both approved and unapproved. The major uses certainly are for immune deficiency diseases, as well as autoimmune and inflammatory disorders. So the question that has been around really since 1986, so this is I think a nice example of uses for Sentinel. Sometimes there are new safety issues that come up that we want to try to address. Some of the issues can be fairly old, but we need to know more about them. So there was a case series first reported on thromboembolic events with IVIG in 1986. FDA has received spontaneous adverse event reports as well, showing concern for this event. Laboratory work has been done to show that the product certainly appears to be thrombogenic, both inherently as well as the potential for contaminants. A warning label was first put on the products in 2002, and we had a pharmacoepi study performed with health core claims data, which indicated what appeared to be an increased risk for same-day thromboembolic events following IVIG use. We have a box warning in 2013 on the products, and yet there were still questions that we felt needed to be answered. Certainly the magnitude of the risk wasn't completely clear, and whether there were certain risk factors for individuals who might develop this problem. So a protocol-based assessment was performed. It's a retrospective, self-controlled risk interval design. I'm not sure who knows what that means, but just briefly, this is using patients as their own control. We have, based on prior data, what we think to understand to be the risk period following exposure to the product. So what's being done is we compare that risk period following exposure to a risk period that occurs distant from the exposure and try to understand if there is an increase in risk. The patients who were looked at received their first exposure to IVIG either in between 2006 and 2012. Ultimately, 14 data partners were used, and medical record confirmation was also used with physician adjudicators. As I mentioned, the goal was to estimate the increased relative risk, as well as look for potential risk factors. And it's a 5-minute talk. You didn't really think I was going to give you the results, presumably. So it's coming to you on a Sentinel website near you. And this is just to remind me to tell you that we're getting safety data from multiple sources, but we have the same regulatory decisions that we need to make, and it can go from continued monitoring to market withdrawal. And so that's how an example of how we're integrating Sentinel data. And I did want to give a number of acknowledgments. This is not my work. It's the work of the people that you see on the screen. It's I shamelessly simplified what they've done. It's an impressive body of work. I hope you look at it. It's, well, I'll just say that it's impressive. And I did want to thank my slide reviewers. They made me use larger font, so you have them to thank. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for that. Thanks, too. We have time for a couple of questions. If there are any, please use the microphones. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Sheila Weiss, independent consultant. Can you hear me? Okay. My question, several of you spoke to these sufficiency analyses, and companies often come to me when you ask them to do PMS study, and sometimes it is really not very feasible. So my question is, what's the extent of transparency in providing those to the companies so that they can have that information when they start to look at doing their own study? I'd suggest maximum transparency. And then the second one is related is, if it's not feasible in the Sentinel, is it even feasible at all? And is there any discussion of that when there is a decision to request a post-marketing study? Thank you.
So I'll start maybe with your. Yeah. I'll start with your second question about feasibility. So because the ARIA system is based on the common data model and the available tools, there would be plenty of situations where the ARIA would be found to be insufficient, but where the study is still feasible. So for example, if there's a health outcome of interest that would require a medical record review, that would be completely feasible. It just would require a full-blown sort of protocol-based assessment, and that's not part of the ARIA process. For the first part of your question about the transparency, yeah, I mean, our intent is for these to be available, the insufficiency analyses, and I think maybe I'll let Mwango answer. Actually,
So if in terms of post-marketing requirements that are issued, for example, at the time of approval, the documentation of the basis for the requirement is supposed to be, in part, the template that is completed that describes the nature of the study or trial that's being issued, as well as the rationale for it. What we are now in the process of doing is augmenting our documentation such that there's a summary description of the determination as to whether or not ARIA was sufficient incorporated into our description of the rationale for the PMR or the PMC if one is issued. The other sorts of documentation are also available, and everyone's going to cringe when I say this. You can send a FOIA request because everything is available. But if you're interested in terms of new applications that are new drugs that are approved or supplements that are approved, and wanting to know at that time what is the agency's thinking, you can look in the action package, because the PMR PMC development template that is completed will describe some of that, as well as in the reviews. I believe the other, like specifically, for example, on the part of OSC, their analysis of ARIA sufficiency is also documented, and that can also be requested.
With the recent developments and further steps coming on Sentinel and this general approach to active post-market surveillance, using distributed systems, common data models, curated data, how are you seeing the boundary shift between where ARIA sufficiency is determined and where it's not, and more work is needed in post-market studies? What should people be expecting in the next few years?
So I think the main point is that what ARIA sufficiency gives us is it'll give us a body of experience with the common data model and the automated tools that will help us to identify where it works and where it doesn't. And for us, that's going to be important for making strategic investments in both new data sources and new tools. So Steve mentioned electronic health record data. And then there's an IMEDS project on obtaining data through mobile apps on patients. So those are sort of two examples of other data sources that over time we're hoping to figure out how to integrate more completely to expand the number of times that ARIA is sufficient.
All right, I'd like to thank our panel for a great discussion of all of the current Sentinel activities. Thank you all very much. Now, we're going to take a short break now and have a session starting at 11 o'clock on CBER's current, more expansion on CBER's current Sentinel system activities. Refreshments are outside. See you back here promptly at 11.
ahead and get started on our next session. So if I can ask everyone to please take your seats. And I'll invite the next panelist to join me up here on stage. This needs to be higher. Can we raise this any? It's, well, for me it is. Oh. This so likely. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm Greg Daniel. I'm Deputy Director in the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy. In these next two sessions, so this session now and then the session right after lunch, we're going to take a much deeper dive into the use of Sentinel within FDA. For this session, we're going to hear from our colleagues at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, and then immediately after lunch, we'll take a deep dive from our colleagues within CEDAR. So for this session, we'll be joined by Azadeh Shoaibi, the Sentinel lead at CBER. Azadeh will be providing some additional context and examples of CBER's use of Sentinel. Following Azadeh, we'll hear from Maria Saeed, medical officer at CBER, and she'll be talking about interesting projects in the area of vaccine effectiveness. And then Richard Forshee is the Associate Director of Research in the Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology within CBER, and he'll be talking about using Sentinel for benefit risk assessments. So I'll go ahead and now turn to Azadeh for your presentation. This is the clicker.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning, everyone. I will be focusing on the CBER Sentinel program, the portion of the program that is housed in CBER. I will start by talking about some of our current priority areas, giving you a little more detail based on what Steve Anderson mentioned. Also give an update on recent activities, major accomplishments, and future direction. So I'd like just to remind everyone that CBER has regulatory responsibility over biologics, which include vaccines, blood and blood-derived products, cellular tissue, and gene therapy products. With respect to the Sentinel program, the component of the Sentinel program that focuses on surveillance of vaccines is called PRISM. That component for blood is a blood scan, and we use General Sentinel for cellular tissue and gene therapy products. This is a list of current priority areas for the CBER Sentinel program. First, expansion of hemovigilance capabilities, signal refinement and evaluation of vaccines and blood through use of both claims data as well as electronic health records, safety of vaccines in pregnancy, signal identification of vaccines using the tree scan method, and vaccine effectiveness activities. So as I give an update on the current and recently completed activities of CBER Sentinel program, you will see examples in each of these areas. So again, just to remind you that currently we have two instruments to do our surveillance work and interrogate Sentinel database. One is the Rapid Query Tools, or ARIA, or modular programs that you heard about this morning. And also we have protocol-based activities, which we categorize into three groups. We have infrastructure building, methods development, and product assessments. So I would like to shift the focus now on an update on some of our recent activities within the CBER Sentinel program. You heard quite a bit about use of rapid query tools from previous speakers this morning. So historically, CBER did not use these tools regularly. But as of last year, we have started to use these tools, and we will expand the use of the tools because they are more sophisticated and they can answer many questions in a relatively timely manner. So as of last year, we have used all levels of these rapid query tools, and we will continue the use. Most of the activities of the CBER Sentinel program have been in the area of protocol-based activities. So this is a list of the protocol-based activities that we have completed in the past year, which they fall in categories of methods development, infrastructure, and product assessments, all three categories. Here we have a list of our ongoing activities with respect to protocol-based activities, and this is just a snapshot. So I mentioned that vaccine safety in pregnancy is one of the current priority areas for the CBER Sentinel program. Because most of our data are claims data, we have to build certain pieces of infrastructure within the Sentinel system and the capabilities to be able to carry out these studies with respect to pregnancy. For example, we need to be able to identify pregnancies using certain algorithms, or sometimes to link mothers to their babies, or determine the gestational age. So in order to be able to make these take these progressive steps and carry out pregnancy studies, we need to build the infrastructure. So here I'm showing an example of such an infrastructure which falls in the category of a protocol-based activity with medical chart review. And we selected a test case for this study. So the exposure is inactivated influenza vaccine, and we have a couple of outcomes: spontaneous abortion versus live birth, and oral cleft in newborns. Now, the selection of oral cleft was not the result of having any concerns or any evidence in terms of potential association between flu vaccine and oral cleft, but it is an easier outcome to identify in claims data, and that's why we selected this outcome. So this study has two main objectives. First, the idea was to build the infrastructure and develop the methods to examine pregnancy outcomes and birth defects after vaccination, and also more specifically examine positive predictive value of claims-based algorithms for spontaneous abortion, gestational age, and oral cleft. So with respect to spontaneous abortion and gestational age outcomes, the project is almost completed. We are finalizing the study report to be posted to the Sentinel website. With respect to the oral cleft outcome, medical chart review is close to completion. Another area of priority for a CBER Sentinel program is use of signal identification methodology. And the method that we are using currently is TreeScan, which is developed by Martin Kulldorff. And TreeScan looks for unexpected adverse events. It detects excess risk of adverse events that are grouped into some hierarchical tree structure of diagnostic codes. So in this area, we completed a pilot project using the human papillomavirus 4-valent, and currently HPV-9 vaccine analysis is underway. We are also expanding the capabilities of TreeScan to be able to include longer-term and variable follow-up periods, and also do power calculations. So now moving on to our blood scan program, which is focusing on the surveillance of blood and blood-derived products. And again, signal refinement and evaluation of blood is another priority area for the CBER Sentinel program. So BloodScan has two sources of data, claims as well as electronic health records, mainly addition of the new data partner to the Sentinel program, which is Hospital Corporation of America. Now, each of these data sources has its own limitations and strengths, but it should be noted that access to inpatient blood transfusion data certainly broadens our capabilities for blood safety surveillance. I'd like to highlight two of our projects in the blood scan component. One is intravenous immunoglobulins and thromboembolic events, which Scott mentioned, and I will not go into details about that. And the other one is transfusion-related acute lung injury. Both of these are protocol-based activities with medical chart component. So transfusion-related acute lung injury, or TRALI. This is primarily an infrastructure building project. We use this project to become familiar with the HCA database and learn how to use this database. And we added a test case of TRALI assessment to it with the objective to evaluate incidence rate of TRALI after plasma, platelet, and packed red blood cell exposure. We posted the protocol to the Sentinel website in September of 2016. TRALI cases have been identified in the HCA database, and medical chart retrieval and adjudication is underway. We have embarked on a new area of activity within the Sentinel program, and that is vaccine effectiveness. This is, again, a priority area, but a new priority area for our Sentinel activities. And we have started a pilot project. The idea for the pilot project was to assess use of Sentinel capabilities for effectiveness evaluation in a limited capacity for specific situations. So my colleague, Dr. Maria Saeed, will be presenting on this pilot project, and I will not go into details about it. So I'd like to highlight the major accomplishments of the CBER Sentinel program in the past year. The use of rapid queries is a significant step for us because they are now more sophisticated. We have integrated Sentinel into our regulatory process and have a much more active participation of our pre-market offices with the program. We have transitioned from development to production mode and also initiation of vaccine effectiveness activities. So the question is, where are we going with all of this in the future? So as I said, we will be focusing less on protocol-based activities and more on use of the rapid query tools, or ARIA, specifically for product safety assessments. But we will continue to expand our activities for infrastructure and increasing capacity. In collaboration with the Sentinel Operations Center and our pre-market offices, we would like to work towards making the Sentinel program more efficient. And two of the areas of improvement that we have identified and are currently working on are reducing our data lag and also exploring alternative data sources such as electronic health records to claims data because of the limitations that claims data bring to the table. So in summary, CBER Sentinel program has made significant accomplishments in the past year. Availability of the sophisticated tools has led us to use these tools to interrogate Sentinel database, and we will continue to expand that use. We have incorporated vaccine effectiveness activities of biologics into the Sentinel program in addition to safety. And finally, integration of Sentinel into our regulatory processes and the transition from development to production mode have made it possible for Sentinel to make bigger contributions to the safety of medical products and ultimately to public health. I would like to acknowledge a very large group of people behind the scenes who have made this work possible, and I'm presenting on their behalf, including Sentinel Operations Center at Harvard Pilgrim, our data partners, my team, Cyber Sentinel Central team, and other folks at Office of Biostatistics and Epidemiology, and pre-market offices of CBER, and our Sentinel investigators and collaborators across many institutions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maria Saeed, and what I'm going to do today is just spend a little bit of time presenting a project that we've been doing in CBER, which is really trying to assess and explore whether we can conduct vaccine effectiveness surveillance in Sentinel's PRISM program. So the rationale for this project is that PRISM, which is a part of Sentinel and uses a subset of Sentinel data partners, is an incredibly valuable and rich resource. There are a large number of members from wide, geographically diverse areas, and there are multiple potentially useful data elements. There is demographic data, there is outpatient pharmacy dispensing, and there is outcome data, including dispensing codes, diagnosis codes. So the question really was, can this be used for another purpose? If it's been used already for successful vaccine safety studies, as has been done with influenza and febrile seizure study, rotavirus and intussusception, if it's been used for these safety studies, why not also for vaccine effectiveness? And although our regulatory decisions really rely on randomized controlled trials, we thought that PRISM's observational data might be able to supplement the data from these trials under certain circumstances. So the question really for us at the beginning was, what gaps are currently there and what gaps could PRISM potentially fill? So first, in certain situations, for confirmation of effectiveness for vaccines approved under accelerated approval or the animal rule, this might be an opportunity for PRISM. And to explain this more, unlike traditional approval, which provides direct pre-licensure evidence of effectiveness by demonstrating protection against disease, or in some cases, through use of a scientifically well-established correlate that predicts protection against disease, there are some vaccines that are approved through accelerated approval or the animal rule approval, and these either use a surrogate endpoint or animal models to predict a clinical benefit. Both of these other pathways require a post-marketing study to further assess the vaccine's safety and effectiveness. So a second gap that we thought PRISM might be able to fill was the evaluation of effectiveness in specific populations. Within these large randomized controlled trials, there may be data, but they may not have sufficient data on small subsets. For example, a gender or a age group. Another gap that we thought PRISM might help us with is in evaluating effectiveness to prevent rare conditions or a more specific endpoint. So for example, hospitalization or severe disease. There are also situations in which a randomized controlled trial is not ethical or feasible. And I think with the Ebola vaccine, I think this question came up, where we had a situation in which essential public health measures, as well as the ethical concerns of conducting a trial, really raised the possibility of what other studies could be done. And then finally, I think that there's a gap in terms of supplementing or confirming what has already been learned in a randomized controlled trial. And we have a precedence for this with high-dose versus standard-dose influenza vaccine, in which there was a clinical trial, but an observational study was also used to sort of supplement and help us better understand the data or the situation. So given this background and given that these gaps that we recognize, our objective in this project, which began in June 2015, was to address the suitability of using PRISM to estimate vaccine effectiveness. The project really had two components. The first part was an overview of study designs and methods used in vaccine effectiveness studies, with particular attention to observational studies that used administrative databases. And then the second part of our project was really to explore the PRISM database through a use case. This project was done in collaboration with the Harvard Sentinel Operations Center, as well as a number of vaccine experts from around the country. So as we kind of delved more into this project, we realized that we needed sort of a roadmap in trying to figure out how to assess vaccine effectiveness, or the potential of doing vaccine effectiveness studies. And so what we did is we really divided our thinking into 4 different parts. We thought first about data elements. So what kind of study population do we have? What kind of exposure data do we have? Are we going to be able to assess whether someone's been vaccinated or not? What kind of outcome data do we have? Do we have laboratory or other diagnostic test results? What kind of covariate data do we have in terms of socioeconomic status, for example? We also looked at methods, and for this we really looked to other studies that have been done before in observational studies in administrative databases, and we looked at the different study designs and the statistical adjustment methods that they had used. We then also thought about assessments, and really we looked to the vast array of Sentinel and PRISM tools that had already been developed through other studies, through the protocol-based assessments and the modular programs, and looked to see what we could leverage for vaccine effectiveness studies. And then finally, we sort of took all of these and we applied them to a use case. So we kind of imagined a hypothetical study that we might do and started to go through the beginning steps of that study to see how it would actually work out. So for our use case, we based our thinking around a study that's already been published. This was a paper by Dr. Hector Izureta looking at the comparative effectiveness of high-dose versus standard-dose influenza vaccines in U.S. residents aged 65 years and older using Medicare data. It's an administrative database. It's Medicare data, but it was a question around vaccine effectiveness that we thought we could apply to thinking about Sentinel as well. And so really the question was, if this study could be done in one large administrative database, could it also be done in the PRISM database? So to clarify, our goal when we did this was not to actually come up with a measure of effectiveness for high-dose versus standard-dose influenza vaccines. What we were really doing was using this as a guide to start to explore the availability of data elements and really to better understand what exposure data we had, what outcome data we had, and what covariate data we had. We did not actually determine the association between the exposure and the outcome. Our goal really was to be able to produce a table like this and to see what kind of data elements we had. And so when we go back thinking about the 4 different ways that we sort of approached this project, the first one was looking at data elements, and we looked into Sentinel and what was available. And what we knew is that it's an incredibly large database, and it covers a very wide geographic area. But in terms of age distribution, because people over the age of 65 are covered within Medicare, we didn't have as much data on the older patients within Sentinel as we might in, say, Medicare database. Also, in terms of representatives, we had data for privately insured patients, but we would not necessarily have information for patients who are not privately insured. So that's just one example. This was study population, but within this data elements thing, we looked at multiple things in terms of exposures and outcomes. So in terms of thinking about methods and study designs, what we did for this is we conducted a literature review, and we also asked for the help of a number of vaccine experts from around the country to really think about what has been done before. And we looked at previous studies that had been done and developed this table. And I'm just showing you an example here where we looked at the study design, cohort study for an example, a description of what that study was, and then thought about how it would be applicable or not applicable within Sentinel. And based on that, we came to a determination of whether it would really be viable. And then we went through a number of studies so that we could have examples that we could pull from if we went forward with any of these study designs. Third, we looked at the assessments and tools, and really what we were trying to do here is leverage all of the work that's been done before. Here is just a schematic of the toolbox that has been developed by the Harvard Sentinel Operations Center, including programming for modular programs and other analyses. And I don't want to speak about each one of these, but I'll point, and there's more than what's listed in this picture, but what I want to do is point out to the one at the bottom, the Cohort ID and Descriptive Analysis tool, or CIDA tool, and this is just the tool that we used when we went through our use case. So finally, we actually went through our use case, and what we found is that we were actually able to obtain information and generate tables. We were able to determine the number of patients who had received high dose versus standard dose influenza vaccination over years. We were able to identify the numbers of episodes and patients who had been diagnosed with influenza or pneumonia. And in this part, we actually explored different ways of determining the outcome. So for example, for influenza diagnosis, we used the ICD-9 diagnostic code, but we also used an algorithm looking at whether someone had had an influenza lab test followed by oseltamivir prescription a few days later. And then we were able to understand better the patient characteristics, including age, sex, medical history, and other covariates. So this is a project that's very much, we're in the middle. We have a draft white paper that has been interesting and fun to work on with input from a large number of people. It's currently, we have a draft and revisions are ongoing. When that's completed, the white paper will be posted on the website. This has been a project in which a number of people have been involved, and I want to thank everyone, as well as people who initiated this project. Thank you to them as well. So this is a very big collaboration, and it's been really interesting to be part of. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Maria. Next, we'll hear from Richard.
I'm sorry, where are my slides? Ah, got it. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rich Forshee. For those of you keeping score, I'm Rich number 3 on today's agenda. It's actually a personal record for me. I've had more than 3 Richards, but this is the first time I've had 3 Riches on the same agenda. My presentation is going to be a little bit different than some of the other things we've seen this morning. The goal of my presentation is to give you a richer understanding of some of the kinds of activities we engage in at CBER, and in particular some of the kinds of benefit risk assessments that we engage in, and to try to let you see some of the special needs that we have when it comes to using health claims data to inform some of those benefit risk assessments. As a number of other speakers have already mentioned this morning, CBER is responsible for regulating vaccines, blood and blood products, and cellular tissue and gene therapies. These products really have a very diverse set of benefits and risks. I'm going to ask you to consider 3 examples that you may have seen in the news recently. Last year, around this time, we became aware that there was an outbreak of Zika virus in the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico. And we were also learning at that time that pregnant women who became infected with Zika were at increased risk for having a child with microcephaly. This was a very big public health concern for us, and within CBER, the specific public health concern that we had is that Zika virus can be transmitted by blood transfusions, and so we wanted to get a better understanding of what the risks in Puerto Rico would be. I'm going to talk about this example in more detail later. Another issue we've been dealing with over the last couple of years is how to manage the risk of transfusion-transmitted HIV, and in particular what the appropriate donor restrictions are for men who have had sex with men, and that policy has changed over the year and has received a good bit of public comment on what we should be doing there. And just a third example is monitoring the safety of flu vaccines. We know that there have been some flu vaccines for which there's been an association with an increased risk of GBS, but this needs to be balanced against the many known benefits of flu vaccination. This is just to give you an idea of the range of the kinds of benefit risk assessments that we need to address within CBER. Sentinel data can help a lot with allowing CBER to accomplish our public health mission. I'm going to talk about two examples, the transfusion transmission of Zika virus and testing strategies for the U.S. blood supply for transfusion transmitted Babesia, in order to give you an idea of how data from Sentinel could help in these activities. Just for a little bit of background on blood donation is common and it provides multiple life-saving products. To give you an idea of the numbers we're talking about, in 2013 there were more than 14 million red blood cell units that were collected from donors, and there were about 13 million red blood cell units that were transfused to recipients. So we're talking a large number of procedures. In addition, blood donations are also the source for other blood products, as Scott mentioned in his presentation and Maria briefly mentioned in hers. I'm sorry, I guess it was Azadeh who briefly mentioned in hers. Blood donations are the source for immune globulin products. They're the source for clotting factor products and the source for other products as well. So in the first example I'm going to talk about, I'm going to show how Sentinel was able to help us a great deal by providing timely data to support benefit risk assessment for the outbreak of Zika virus in Puerto Rico. As background, we know that that there's local transmission of Zika in more than 59 countries and territories. We know the risk of microcephaly associated with infection during pregnancy. And we also know that there is a risk of transfusion transmission of the Zika virus. According to recent FDA recommendations, we have travel-based donor deferral and testing of blood collected in areas with active local transmission. These guidance went in place in February of last year. The specific issue that we were facing about this time last year was the virus outbreak in the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico. As of March of last year, there had been 372 known cases of Zika virus transmission. Since then, as of about a week ago, there have been almost 35,000 laboratory-confirmed Zika cases in Puerto Rico. The outbreak as of last year was of sufficient concern that blood collection in Puerto Rico was temporarily suspended at the start of that. There was a 6-week suspension, but this was not a sustainable policy. And so during this time, the FDA was investigating whether a nucleic acid test under IND could be an appropriate risk management activity. And after the nucleic acid test for Zika virus received IND but not licensing, after it received IND approval, local blood collection resumed, and there was testing with NAT since April 3rd of last year. We wanted to know if this was going to be sufficient for risk management, so we wanted to conduct a risk assessment for how this would reduce the risk. And one of the things that we particularly wanted to know was what was the baseline risk for pregnant women with regard to transfusion-transmitted Zika virus, and what was going to be the risk reduction for this particularly important subpopulation. But we had a problem. Nobody knew what percentage of transfusions went to women who were pregnant. This is where the Sentinel team came in, and I can't thank the Sentinel Operations Center enough for the rapid turnaround, and Rich Platt talked about this earlier. The data phase was only about 3 days, but even the phase of getting the question right and getting the query right was done very, very rapidly. Any risk assessment has many inputs that are required. I'm only going to focus on one input in this case, and that was the transfused units for pregnant women. Again, we didn't have this data when the Zika outbreak occurred in Puerto Rico. Using Sentinel, we were able to quickly get an estimate. We weren't able to get an estimate specifically for Puerto Rico, but we were able to get an estimate for the U.S. as a whole and apply that to Sentinel. So Sentinel provided a key input for a risk assessment with important public health implications. There were several outputs that we looked at in that risk assessment. For today, I'm only going to focus on the transfusion-transmitted Zika risk for pregnant women. Our model had predicted a baseline risk of slightly more than 5 transfusion-transmitted Zika cases to pregnant women for the period April 3rd to November 17th, which was when we were seeing the most transmissions. And our model, based on sensitivity that we saw from the individual donation NAT test, showed we'd reduce that risk by about 86% down to less than 1 predicted transfusion-transmitted Zika for pregnant women in that time period. Let me move on now to the second example of how health claims data can support the kinds of risk assessment work that we need to do at CBER. And I'm going to illustrate this by showing how we use geographic data for a benefit risk assessment for transfusion-transmitted babesiosis. For those of you who aren't aware of this particular disease, Babesia microti is a parasite. It's a tick-borne, babesiosis is the disease. It's a tick-borne disease. And one of the reasons that this is particularly difficult for blood transfusion is that people can be chronically infected with babesiosis and not show any symptoms. And in fact, most of the people with babesiosis are not going to be symptomatic. So they can show up to donate blood, they can feel fine, nothing will show up when they're asked about how they feel that day, but they could still have the parasite in their circulating in their bloodstream, and it could be transmitted to people who are at risk of the disease. There's a number of reasons this is important. Currently, we don't have a licensed donor screening test available for the parasite. It's one of the most frequently transfusion-transmitted infections that we observe in the United States. There's a couple of complicating factors because this is a regionally located disease. Most of the babesiosis cases occur in the Northeast and upper Midwest. However, we see them across the United States because you can become infected in New England and then travel somewhere else and give blood. There are tests. There's a possibility that we will see some tests for the parasite available in the future. And so we wanted to better understand how we might be able to implement this when the tests become available. Last thing about the disease I want to mention is that while for most people it can be asymptomatic or very mild, for neonates or someone who has a compromised immune system, it can be fatal. And so even though it's mild in most cases, for some individuals it can be very severe. So I mentioned earlier about the distribution of the disease, and you can see that the concentration is primarily in New England, a lot in the upper Midwest. There's also a number of cases in California. However, that's a different subspecies of the parasite that we see in the California area. So in 2015, OBE in close collaboration with OBRR conducted a risk assessment of transfusion-transmitted babesiosis. This was presented at the Blood Products Advisory Committee in 2015. This did not use CMS data. This did not use Sentinel data. Instead, we used data from the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to evaluate the testing scenarios. I'm not going to go into detail on this map. What I'm showing on this slide is the different scenarios that we investigated. And the point is, we looked at scenarios that would focus the testing just on the region with the highest incidence of babesiosis. And then we looked at several different scenarios that incorporated more and more areas of the country where we were seeing cases of babesiosis, all the way to an extreme scenario where we were doing serology and NAT testing in all 50 states to show the range of possibilities that we had for implementing tests for the parasite. And again, I'm not going to go into detail on this slide, but this was our way of trying to summarize what we learned from this analysis. We looked at 4 key outcomes: the risk reduction for transfusion-transmitted babesiosis from the baseline of no testing, the number of positive units that were interdicted, the positive predictive value of the testing, and the number of donors with false positive results. And the point that I want to emphasize here is that we were able to demonstrate what trade-offs there were between risk reduction and reduced positive predictive value as you expanded the number of states in which you were conducting the testing. So this analysis was very useful for the advisory committee to discuss where that line should be drawn. It also showed the importance of having information on the geographic distribution of an emerging infectious disease. And this could also apply to other conditions that have a geographic component as well. This data on geographic distribution can be very important for informing our regulatory decisions. As I've shown here, we do have successful examples using CMS data where we were able to get highly detailed data on the geographic distribution of a disease that we were concerned about. However, one of the criticisms that we received for this modeling exercise was that the CMS data is primarily people who are more than 65 or older, and there was a question of how representative that was for the entire population. This is an area where data from Sentinel could be a very useful supplement to the kind of data that we used from CMS. So for certain projects, Sentinel data that included geographic information could be very helpful for the kinds of public health issues that we address at CBER. I also want to mention that we recognize that geographic data can be sensitive, and in particular we want to avoid any small cell counts that may occur. So we certainly recognize the need to aggregate up to appropriate geographic levels, such as 3-digit zip codes, and to work with the data partners on any other concerns that there may be about sharing data that's got geographic information. But that said, it's something that could be very useful for some of the issues that we face. So in conclusion, Sentinel data has already been useful as inputs in CBER benefit risk assessments. We greatly appreciate the value that the Sentinel data has already provided for us, and the SOC has been great to work with, especially in situations where we have a time-sensitive outcome. They have been very responsive. And we continue to explore other ways that the Sentinel data can help us to accomplish our health mission. None of this was done alone. We had very large teams working on both of the risk assessments that I discussed. Some of the Zika risk assessment was presented a couple of months ago at the Society for Risk Analysis meetings, and the babesiosis risk assessment was presented at the Blood Products Advisory Committee meeting in 2015. I also got very useful feedback on my slides from several people in OBE, including many people who are in the audience today. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and look forward to discussing this further during the panel discussion.
I'd like to thank all of the presenters. These were wonderful examples of how Sentinel can be used to further the public health mission of the activities within CBER. So I'd like to open it up to the room for questions and answers, so start thinking. I do have a few questions of the group before we turn to that. All of you had wonderful examples of how Sentinel is useful. Maria, you pointed out in terms of looking at vaccine effectiveness, a couple of examples of how the Sentinel infrastructure might be useful. You talked about potential use in confirming effectiveness results after an accelerated approval. Looking at effectiveness within specific subpopulations that may not have been teased out within the clinical trial data, rare conditions, potentially new endpoints that weren't studied in trials, but there might be opportunities within the infrastructure. So my question, and you provided also a good example of, well, let's see if the results that you do within this system compare to a previous study. So Hector's paper was a good example of comparing that. The question is, do you foresee the need or any value in also comparing what you can generate in terms of evidence from this infrastructure to what was learned from clinical trials? So do you see that as an important step to maybe further using the system for effectiveness?
So I think the way that we view the observational studies that can be done in Sentinel when we're talking about vaccine effectiveness is that they can supplement the work that has been done for randomized control trials. There are, the burden, the regulatory requirements really lie with the randomized control trials, and so we don't see the observational studies as a substitute, but we really see them as something that can add to what we already know. So I think in the case of high-dose influenza vaccine and standard-dose influenza vaccine, there was a trial that was done, and then subsequent to that, there was an observational study, and the observational study found results very similar to the clinical trial, and that just increased our confidence in the information that we were receiving.
If I could build
Sure,
on
please,
that
please.
Just a little bit, I think the only thing I would add to those comments is that the observational data also can help to show what's happening in the real-world use of the product, and so it can give us a better idea when it's being used among a broader set of people that may have used the product during the clinical trial.
I guess so. In a sort of a follow-on to that, and is related. As we know, part of the 21st Century Cures Act was a provision that enables FDA to start looking at the potential uses of real-world evidence in regulatory decisions. And one of the examples that was at least spelled out in the legislation was, products already on the market. Is there a potential for real-world evidence to support updates to the label or new information to be included in the label? And I'm not going to ask you about, can that be done? But as you've begun to look at the Sentinel infrastructure and its potential use in looking at vaccine effectiveness, what are some important gaps in terms of the data capabilities or in terms of the methods do you think would be in sort of high priority areas to consider or to continue to look at and improve in order to potentially use this type of a system or real-world data for label decisions? So the question isn't can you do it, it's more in what you've been learning about the methods and about the data, what are high priority gaps that still need further looking at?
So I think, there are some differences between safety and effectiveness studies in general. One of the things that we have run into is the outcomes for effectiveness. A lot of times having laboratory data or diagnostic test results such as a chest x-ray or a CT scan, that information would be very valuable. And I think that's something that is currently being worked on, and I think that in terms of the outcomes we look at for effectiveness. So that's one area where I think that we've identified a potential gap.
So if I can follow
Sure.
on that, Maria's absolutely right that is critically important, being able to accurately identify both the exposures and the outcomes, and sometimes that can be difficult to do with claims data alone. Another issue that we struggle a lot with when we're working with observational claims-based data, we don't have the luxury of randomization in this case, and so we need to take great care to make sure that we're getting the best comparison groups that we possibly can and have the best matching when we are designing the protocol for the study that we're doing. So that's something that requires a great deal of attention in the early stages of the analysis. I think another thing that's important is to very carefully consider the remaining potential sources of bias that you perhaps weren't able to address while developing the protocol. The best thing to do is to address as much of the potential sources of bias in designing the study as you can. If there are things that can't be addressed at that time, you should consider them very carefully, and one of the things that we're building towards is being able to not just do a qualitative evaluation of those potential sources of bias, but as much as possible to quantify how much potential sources of bias that we weren't able to address in the design, how much could they really affect the findings, and how big an impact could they really have on the decisions and the actions that we take as a result of that study. So I think those are a couple of other things that I would add as considerations when thinking about how to use results from data like Sentinel as a source of real-world evidence for making decisions.
Great. So we have time for questions from the audience. So if you do have questions of our panelists or comments about the presentations, please join us in the aisle. There are a few microphones. As folks are thinking of questions, one additional to the full group, but Azadeh, you really laid out a lot of activities over the last year within CBER, and sort of the, significant focus on protocol-based assessments in areas of improving methods, improving infrastructure, and then actually doing product assessments. So the sort of overall question to you, like any surprises as you were doing studies in any of these three areas? What really jumped out at you as a really important lesson learned, or results that you didn't quite expect but were somewhat of a surprise? Any comments on that?
Fortunately, or unfortunately, however you would like to look at it, we have not had any surprises, but there have been many lessons learned from these, particularly infrastructure building and methods development activities. For example, one of the areas where we are faced with some challenges is the study of safety of vaccines among pregnant women. Linkage of mothers to their infants has been done using the Sentinel system, but it is a relatively challenging process and takes time. So that's one area. Using ICD codes and other codes available within claims data for determining the gestational age is another challenging area. Sometimes, as Maria mentioned, because we don't have access to laboratory results data for a large proportion of the Sentinel population, not having the laboratory results and just having the order of the tests sometimes creates challenges for some of our detection of some of our outcomes. So there are, as we do these more customized studies, we are identifying the challenges, but also we are gradually working towards resolving these challenges. For example, for detection, identification of pregnancy or gestational age, we have been told that use of ICD codes, which are ICD-10 codes, which are much more granular, might help us with these two issues. So overall, there are challenges, and we will gradually be able to resolve some of them, and some of them will remain as challenges.
Great, thank you. Hector?
Yeah, thanks for the presentations. I have a question, which is, when we talk about claims-based data, we usually call it limited, and you have shown examples that might be allow us to be a little more creative in the use of claims data. Let me explain. If we go to medical record reviews in a study that started as a claims data analysis, the time we will lose in going there is extraordinary. The resources are extraordinary, and we lose a large proportion of the cases. Maria has shown examples, and Asade has had made comments in that when we have, for instance, a claim for a service, and there is some evidence that something else has been done that with this claim that confirms the fact that at least the practitioner making the diagnosis thinks that the diagnosis has been confirmed, we could use that to get much more rapid evaluations of effectiveness. Maria has used an example of defining influenza by a consultation followed by a treatment specifically with oseltamivir. By at least you are proving that the physician who was treating the patient believed this was influenza. We did recently also a study on herpes zoster in which we use similar consideration. Herpes zoster treated specifically with drugs that are antivirals against herpes zoster. They give us an evidence that the practitioner believed this was a case. And then we could do medical record review in a subset of the cases just for confirmation of the predictive value. I could go on, but the thing is, I do believe that we can get much more rapid assessment of effectiveness and also of safety by trying to get deeper into the claim and how the claim system works and use that knowledge to get more rapid results. Do you have any feedback on that and experiences you would like to discuss?
I think the laboratory test results is an example that comes to my mind, that a proportion of our data partners have laboratory test results, and this is still within the confines of the use of the claims and administrative data, that for that small population, if there are special conditions and situations that we can use that small population with the laboratory test results, that would certainly add to some of the key or effectiveness that we can use.
And I would just add that I think this is a promising area for a lot more methods development and trying to really, we have a range here from, we just see an ICD-9 code in claims to we've done a careful evaluation of all of the medical charts, and we have a very, very high degree of confidence in the accuracy. And Hector, I think what you were pointing out is there's a very rich field between those two areas. And I think, and others have been doing some work in this field, but I think there's more work to be done to understand what the trade-offs are in terms of being accurate, capturing the most true cases that you can, cost, time. These are all things that could be considered in thinking about the range of ways of identifying cases, and I think it's an area for further research.
This is ending up being a CBER discussion, but just remember what the experience was during the advisory committee for babesiosis was. There was a huge demand that medical chart review be done for case confirmation. So that was an important part of considering how we do these types of studies in the future. So making high impact decisions, people want a level of accuracy, and that chart review really does give you at least some confidence in that diagnosis. So it's important.
Great for thanks for those questions, and I appreciate the burden and resource intense activities of doing chart confirmations, particularly when a lot of the charts are paper based and need a lot of resources to go and review. So it needs to really be a subset. And hopefully, as we've heard in this session and in earlier sessions, that much can be gained by bringing in more electronic health record data or other clinically rich data that are electronic and might help to reduce the traditional resource intensity of actually going to paper-based medical records for confirmation. So hopefully that can help improve efficiency when you do need to go back to the source of the data. So that brings us to the end of this session. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. As we've said before, lunch will be on your own. If you're familiar with the area, there are a lot of restaurants and food trucks in the area. If you do have questions, please stop by our registration desk where Joanna Klatzman can help you out. We'll be reconvening promptly at 1 o'clock here. You can bring your food back if you need additional time to finish. So thank you. to go ahead and take your seats and come into the conference room, please. There you are. I'll go ahead and invite the panelists to join me for this next session at the table. And while they're coming up, I'll go ahead and kick off the session. In this next session, we'll be focusing on a lot of the work that CEDAR has been doing with the Sentinel infrastructure. With Sentinel's integration into regulatory operations, opportunities are emerging to leverage its use as a resource for safety across the agency, as you heard much of this morning. To further explore these opportunities, key representatives from the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology will highlight a few notable evaluations over the past year, and we'll get some initial reactions from their colleagues at the Office of New Drugs on how these evaluations could impact their work. So we're going to do this in a new way. Joint presentations on specific projects that have been used over the last year between the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology and the Office of New Drugs at CEDAR. At the end of the session, we'll hold moderated Q&A with audience depending on how much time is left. As you can see, there's not even room for me at this table. It's a packed session. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do is I'll introduce everybody now, and then I'm just going to sit down in the audience. So as each presentation goes, just feel free for the next presentations to come up and give your presentation. So in terms of the introductions, we'll have, first we'll hear from Andrew Moschholder, is Medical Office in the Division of Epidemiology 1 in the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology. Joined with Andrew is Mark Stone, Deputy Director for Safety for the Division of Psychiatry Products in the Office of New Drugs. Both Andrew and Mark will be speaking about their project, which is titled Incidence of Heart Failure after medications used for ADHD. As you'll note, Mark is sitting behind, okay, so never mind. But in the agenda, you'll see that we did have Tiffany Farshoni. Originally, Mark was supposed to present this, called in for jury duty, and so civic duty calls. But fortunately for Mark, he was able to get out of jury duty, so he's able to join us today, and Tiffany is off the hook. So after that presentation, we'll hear from Christian Hamp, who's Senior Epidemiologist for the Division of Epidemiology 1 in OSE. And with joining Christian is Jennifer Pippins, who's Deputy Director for Safety in the Division of Metabolism and Endocrinology at OND. And both Christian and Jennifer will be speaking about their project titled Prospective Surveillance of Myocardial Infarction after saxagliptin use. Next, we'll hear from Effie Awaruki, epidemiologist for the Division of Epidemiology 1 in OSE, as well as Mary Ross Southworth, Deputy Director for Safety for the Division of Cardiovascular and Renal Products at OND. And their project is titled Risk of Seizures After Ranexa Use. Finally, Mark Levinson is the Director of the Division for Biometrics 7 in the Office of Biostatistics under the Office of Translational Sciences. And Mark will give more of a broader perspective from the biostatistics perspective. So with that, I'll turn things over to Andrew.
Thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be here today to talk about our analysis of heart failure and cardiomyopathy with ADHD medications. Let's see how. Okay, there we are. So, and on this slide, I want to acknowledge the collaborators from both from FDA and from Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute. To give you some background, stimulants I think are familiar to people as treatment for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD. And the current practice is that they may be administered for longer durations, often well into adulthood, as there's recognition that children don't necessarily grow out of the disorder. Then on the other hand, we know that illicit stimulant use is associated with development of cardiomyopathy as one of the consequences. And for therapeutic stimulant use, there are case reports of cardiomyopathy, but they're not really quantitative, systematically collected data that could help us evaluate that risk. So that motivated us to look in the Sentinel database to see if we could shed some light on this. And the hypothesis was that if cardiomyopathy is a long-term adverse effect of stimulant treatment, then we might see an increase in its incidence over longer durations of exposure or use. So long-term users might show a higher incidence of heart failure developing compared to initial users. So that was the premise. And so we undertook an analysis with the purpose of assessing the incidence of heart failure and cardiomyopathy among both adult and pediatric ADHD medication users who had no history of heart failure, and determining that over the course of time by duration of the medication use. So this was a modified L1 descriptive analysis. We were fortunate to have data from 15 Sentinel data partners for this purpose, and covering the time period of roughly 16 years. The patients we selected were users of either amphetamine products, methylphenidate products, or atomoxetine. Amphetamine and methylphenidate being classic sympathomimetic stimulants. Atomoxetine is a different mechanism of action, but it's still norepinephrine related. It's a reuptake inhibitor. We required that they had no ADHD medication or heart failure outcome within the preceding 183 days. We looked at 4 age categories, starting with children and young adults, and then up to 65 and over. When assessing continuity of treatment, we were pretty generous. We allowed a gap of up to 90 days. We thought that would reflect how the drugs are used. They're not always taken on a daily basis. They may be skipped during vacations or weekends, that kind of a thing. And we considered only each person's first treatment episode. To assess the outcomes, we used ICD-9 diagnostic codes for either heart failure or cardiomyopathy. You can see the codes listed there. We included both inpatient and outpatient diagnoses, but if it was an inpatient diagnosis, it had to be the principal diagnosis. And then we looked at the incidence during discrete periods of use, starting with the first 90 days of use, and then the second 90 days of use, in other words, days 91 to 180, and so forth, up to a duration of 3 years. So let's look at the results, and I'll walk you through this this slide. We had something like 2 million ADHD medication users in total, and just over half of them were in the youngest age group, as might be expected for that indication. And what you have on the vertical axis is the incidence rate per 10,000 person years of heart failure or cardiomyopathy diagnoses. And then across the horizontal axis are the 4 age categories, and within each age category we've graphed over the time periods the incidence of heart failure, and we have 3 separate lines, as you see, one for each type of medication. And so the things to observe here, first of all, as would be expected, the oldest age group has much, much higher incidence rates of heart failure than the younger age groups. The second thing to notice is that, if you will, our hypothesis was not supported. We were expecting kind of an uptick in the incidence rate with longer duration of use, and we don't see that pattern really for any of the age groups or medications. And then the third thing we saw, which was somewhat unexpected, in the oldest age category, and perhaps to a lesser extent in the next oldest, we saw actually a trend for a decline in the incidence rate over time, actually rather steeply. So I'll have some comments about that in a later slide. But I want to point out there are, of course, some limitations. As I said, this was essentially an L1 analysis, so we did no comparison to incidence rates during periods of non-use. We didn't have accounting for potential confounders. And the other thing, we decided to lump together, if you will, heart failure and cardiomyopathy. But if there was a trend specifically for cardiomyopathy alone, we might have obscured that. So the conclusions, first of all, there was no consistent increase in these events with longer duration of treatment over 3 years for any age or medication group. So the hypothesis we had was really not supported by these data. However, we did see the trend for higher incidence of heart failure earlier in the course of treatment in the older age groups. And in fact, close to 2% of patients 65 and over who initiated an ADHD medication developed new onset heart failure or cardiomyopathy within 90 days. So this trend would suggest what's called a depletion of susceptibles to the extent that patients who are at risk of developing heart failure in reaction to the medication are going to do that earlier in the course of treatment. It's a sort of unmasking, if you will, by the challenge with the medication. And there is some biological plausibility behind this. There's some older literature that suggests adrenergic agonists, as the sympathomimetic stimulants are, can be harmful in heart failure. And conversely, we know that beta blockers are used therapeutically in heart failure. Just to sum up Sentinel's role in the safety assessment, as I said, we had the hypothesis that cardiomyopathy would be a late emerging long-term risk of stimulant use. We didn't see evidence for that in the Sentinel data, but we did identify a new signal of heart failure with short-term use in the older patients. So there's some next steps we're considering to address this. We could think about analyses to explore whether there are particular risk factors that might lead some patients to develop heart failure with the medication. We're also considering looking at the randomized clinical trial data for ADHD medications in adults. This is an active area of development, so there's a growing body of data from randomized controlled trials in the adult population for this indication. And with that, I'll stop and turn it over to Mark.
Thanks, Andy. I think what this study is helpful with is really a better organized form of pharmacovigilance. That our principal concern would be particularly young people starting on these drugs and then showing up with cardiomyopathy after a certain period of time. In the past, we would have to rely on errors and on spontaneous reporting, and without a good sense of the denominator and or even a sense of counterfactual, whether this heart failure would have developed in the absence of the drug. Here, as I said, there was no control group, but at least we have the time pattern and things like that to specify. And the comparisons, I mean, there are some necessary weaknesses here. Most importantly, that we're looking at initiators. Most of the action is over in the older patients, and an initiator of a stimulant at age 60, 65, or 50 is not the typical person we think about in terms of chronic stimulant exposure in the context of ADHD. In fact, probably a lot of these patients are have narcolepsy or refractory depression and other indications. On the other hand, what you're doing is that you're getting a group that is more susceptible, and even if it's not a typical group, in some ways it's kind of like an experimental population. There you can see what the drug can do, and the drug did something. The drug's not very surprising in the sense of this depletion of susceptibles and basically revealing heart failure in patients that may have been compensated, and the stimulants caused them to decompensate because of quite possibly because of exposure to greater degree of beta agonists. And the other thing I would note, kind of in passing, is that they didn't include atomoxetine, but atomoxetine is almost never used in older patients, and you can see it was a very uneven line for that. So we're kind of narrowed in a different situation. So I think it's a step ahead of what we would have in the past, but it clearly doesn't come near to giving us a very solid answer to the question. I would say, though, it does kind of put a lid on what we'd expect to see, that there's not some hidden epidemic, and I think there's some comfort in that.
Good afternoon. My name is Christian Hemp. I will talk to you about an analysis that we did on surveillance of AMI events in new users of saxagliptin. This was a very extensive project that couldn't have been done without the input of many individuals. I would like to specifically mention Darren Toe and Bruce Fireman, who led the project on the Mini Sentinel side, and Marsha Reichman and Dave Graham, who were instrumental on the FDA side. Why did we conduct this study? In about 2009-2010, FDA identified the need to produce infrastructure for prospectively monitoring the safety of new drugs. A new drug came along, saxagliptin, which was the second DPP-4 inhibitor. It's an oral antihyperglycemic agent approved in 2009. The first DPP-4 inhibitor was sitagliptin, approved in 2005. This was chosen to be the first new molecular entity to be prospectively monitored in Mini Sentinel. You may or may not know that many new antidiabetic drugs are approved with a PMR for a clinical trial, cardiovascular outcomes trial. That was also the case here. So this analysis was designed to complement this cardiovascular outcomes trial. The idea was that Mini Sentinel could provide interim safety data about saxagliptin while the trial was still ongoing. Also, rather than conducting a retrospective analysis, a purely retrospective analysis, having this prospective surveillance could help us identify safety issues earlier. This was a protocol-based analysis. Protocol was published in 2010, and subsequent revisions were also publicly posted. We used a new user cohort design, and we included 4 head-to-head comparisons: saxagliptin with sitagliptin, which is the first DPP-4 inhibitor, with pioglitazone, with second-generation sulfonylureas, and with long-acting insulin. These were separate comparisons. We started following patients after they initiated a new drug, meaning they were without the drug for at least 365 days. In that baseline period, we ascertained covariates, inclusion-exclusion criteria, and we followed patients until they had acute myocardial infarction or were censored for any of the listed reasons. We conducted 2 separate methods of covariate adjustment. One was propensity score matching, the other one was disease risk score stratification. These scores included patient demographics, medical history, medication use, cardiovascular risk factors, other antihyperglycemic treatments, or health services utilization measures. We used Cox proportional hazards models, and we stratified our patients into 3 groups. So we either had all patients or those with or without prior cardiovascular disease. Now, everything I mentioned so far could also describe a retrospective cohort study. But what was different in our analysis is that we did a prospective analysis, a prospective sequential analysis. Now, what is that? Think of it as an updated data analysis as the data accumulates. So rather than waiting 5 years and then analyzing all data, we analyze data in several steps, time increments if you so want. This illustration, think about time increments as 6-month periods in which we analyze the data. So in the first time period, we would start identifying initiators of saxagliptin. Then we identify initiators of a comparator drug, and we propensity score match them. Then we get a measure of effect for acute myocardial infarction. In the next time increment, the next 6 months, we would find new users of saxagliptin again and new users of comparator drugs. But we keep following patients who were identified before. And then we update our effect estimate. And then we do the same in the next time increment. We find new patients, but we keep following the old patients. So we accumulate more individual person time. We keep doing that. And what you can see here is that the measure of association is supposed to stabilize with more events observed. You see that the curve kind of stabilizes and the 95% confidence intervals become narrower towards the end of the analysis. So here's what we actually did. We conducted 7 sequential analyses, so not quite as many as I illustrated earlier. We had what's called an alpha spending plan that keeps the overall chance of a false positive below 5%. That is necessary because with those 7 different analyses, the chance of false positive findings increases. However, we only did that for those 7 sequential analyses. At each of those steps, we did many additional analyses. So we had 2 methods of covariate adjustment, propensity score matching, and disease risk score stratification. We had 4 comparisons, those 4 antidiabetic drugs, and we had 3 strata of cardiovascular disease. Each of those is an analysis that generates a chance for false positive. And it's important to keep in mind that we only adjusted for the 7 longitudinal analyses, but not for the 24 at each step. These are our baseline characteristics. I will not go over them in detail. What we found is that the comparisons of saxagliptin and sitagliptin and those of saxagliptin and pioglitazone were fairly balanced, not so much when we compared saxagliptin with sulfonylureas or insulin. We had about 82,000 saxagliptin inhibitors at the end of the study, and there were more available in each comparator group. These are the findings for saxagliptin versus sitagliptin. Our data started in August 2009. The final look was in August 2014, and we had several looks in between, or several analyses. This particular analysis did not show any concerns between saxagliptin and sitagliptin. In the comparison between saxagliptin and pioglitazone, we had a signal. The 5th analysis produced a hazard ratio of 1.63 in propensity score matching, not when we stratified on the disease risk score, which is the blue curve. I will come back to that. In the analyses of sulfonylureas and long-acting insulin, there was no evidence for a higher risk associated with saxagliptin. Now, looking back at that signal that we had with pioglitazone, in the 5th look, we had a hazard ratio of 1.63. However, when we followed patients longer and added additional new users, that attenuated. So the final look was 1.17. Similarly, as I mentioned before, in the disease risk score stratified analysis, there was no such signal. So what could be possible reasons? It is possible that the risk of AMI really was higher for saxagliptin versus pioglitazone. There could be residual or unmeasured confounding, or there could be errors in data or analytic code. However, none of these would explain why it only happened for pioglitazone, only in the 5th look, only in the propensity score analysis. So it is possible that this is a false positive or a chance finding. We concluded that we found no strong evidence to suggest a higher risk of AMI in saxagliptin users compared to users of sitagliptin, pioglitazone, second-generation sulfonylureas, or long-acting insulin. So what about that clinical trial? In 2013, this clinical trial was published. That was a post-marketing required cardiovascular outcomes trial. And I would like to compare them side by side. So one comparison, of course, it was a clinical trial, randomized. Our study was observational. We could have residual confounding, especially with regard to lifestyle factors that are incompletely ascertained in Sentinel. The comparator is different, so they tested a different hypothesis. In the clinical trial, it was placebo. We used active comparison. Our study had about 10 times as many saxagliptin initiators. But this is also a shout out to the clinical trial. This is a very large cardiovascular outcome trial with 8,000 patients exposed to saxagliptin. The length of follow-up was substantially shorter in our study compared to the clinical trial. It's also counter to conventional wisdom, but that's what we saw here. The clinical trial, even though much fewer initiators of saxagliptin, had more AMI events. The clinical trial was enriched for patients at high cardiovascular risk, and average follow-up was longer. So this could have created more events here. Clinical trial was intention to treat. We analyzed as treated. However, the findings were comparable. In the clinical trial, the hazard ratio was 0.95. In our analysis, you see a range of hazard ratios here, but that's throughout all the different comparisons that we did. When we look at the end of analysis results, we find that we generally agree with the clinical trial, and those are also our conclusions. What is the importance? We had results from first looks available before the clinical trial was published. We had real-life head-to-head comparisons, and also this established infrastructure for prospective surveillance in future studies in Sentinel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm grateful for this opportunity to comment on a project that I think is a really exciting part of the history of Mini Sentinel growing up into Sentinel. To start off with, I think I would be remiss not to note the enormous significance of this project as an early Mini Sentinel project, and in fact as the first example of a new molecular entity being prospectively monitored using Sentinel. So enormous significance with respect to the evolution of methodology that I think will be really critical as Sentinel continues to grow and we think about its uses in a regulatory framework. I thought it might be helpful to highlight what I see are a couple of key strengths of this project, and then also the other side of the coin, a couple of important limitations that I think are critical to acknowledge as we move forward in trying to continue to evolve our methods. So with respect to this project and a couple of key strengths, first and foremost, what I think is really remarkable was this project's design with respect to sequential analyses and really the ability that provided to provide prospective monitoring. It's very important to note that saxagliptin was only the second in this new class of drugs, the DPP-4 inhibitors, and also a drug that was really fairly early on in FDA's experience with respect to monitoring for cardiovascular safety in the post-marketing setting in this particular space, the diabetes space. So in that setting, having a tool that could potentially provide interim looks at safety moving forward and prospectively, I think was an incredibly important development in the capacity for Sentinel to really speak to the issues that are important to FDA as we look at post-marketing safety. So in addition to the capacity for sequential looks and prospective monitoring, a second strength I find is really the use of multiple comparators to provide a rich view of the safety profile of this particular drug. So saxagliptin was compared to a variety of comparators, 4 groups. And with respect to the diabetes space, clinicians are making decisions between one class and another class of drugs. So these are really relevant questions to clinicians as they're trying to determine, do they initiate with a DPP-4, do they initiate with a different class of anti-diabetic medication? So I think that illustrates the potential for Sentinel to ask really relevant clinical questions. So those are some of the strengths. Of course, on the other hand, there'll always be limitations, and two that I like to note sort of correspond to these concepts of sequential analysis and then also choice of comparator. So with respect to sequential analysis, I just want to highlight some of the perils inherent in looking at interim safety data. So it's noted in the results for this particular project that in one of the sequential looks, there was a hit with respect to the comparison to pioglitazone. So the question is, as a regulatory agency, what do you do with that? What is the extent to which you think that signal is potentially real? And in that setting, how does one actually handle that with respect to transparency, informing of the public, and influence on regulatory decision-making? So if we continue these projects with respect to prospective monitoring and sequential analyses, we'll really have to grapple with how do you make decisions based on limited information that may not be fully mature. The second limitation I'd like to potentially know is, again, with respect to the choice of comparators. So there is no single perfect comparator in this setting, and each of the various 4 classes of drugs, while none of them are thought to have a particular strong safety signal with respect to cardiovascular disease, none of them have been fully characterized themselves. So how do you know what's the appropriate comparator to pick to really define the cardiovascular safety profile of the particular drug of interest? So those are some of the limitations. But that being said, I think it's a terrific example of opportunities moving forward to continue to engage in post-marketing surveillance.
Good afternoon. My name is Efe Woruke. I will be presenting the results of a Sentinel-led analysis that examined the risk of seizures associated with ranolazine, trade name Ranexa. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the following individuals on this slide from the FDA, as well as the people from the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Institute. Ranexa is an oral drug given twice daily for angina. Angina is chest pain caused by insufficient blood flow to the heart. The possible pharmacological activity of Ranexa is related to its effects on the sodium channels which are present in the cardiac, central, and peripheral nervous systems. The safety issue of interest, seizures, were first identified during the preclinical trials prior to its approval in January 2006. Convulsions, sedation, and other neurological events were observed at high doses of Ranexa. This led to the labeling language, including these identified events at its approval. In January 2013, the FDA identified a case report of neurologic events. This led to initiation of post-market surveillance in the first data. And the completion of this post-market surveillance resulted in updating the label in November 2013. The language described the onset of neurologic AEs associated with increased dose of Ranexa. In February 2016, there was continuous surveillance, and this resulted in identifying the safety issue of seizures in the first data. This is what has led to the initiation of this signal assessment. So this slide summarizes a basic description of the first data. Among the 11 seizure events found in the first data, 7 of them occurred within 10 days following Ranexa exposure. 1 occurred 14 days after, another 38 days after, and for 2 cases, there was only a description of a short time after initiation. The median age for these cases was 78 years, and 64% of seizure events were associated with hospital stay. When Ranexa was withdrawn, 73% of the cases resolved, meaning there was a positive de-challenge, and approximately 36% of the cases reported chronic renal failure with the reporting of the cases. So temporality, the de-challenge, coupled with the severity of the outcome in terms of the hospital stay, heightened the need for further evaluation of this signal. And so what was our objective? The Sentinel objective was to investigate whether Ranexa use was associated with an increased risk of seizures. So as I earlier discussed, from the first data, the signal was generated from isolated reports. Now, within the Sentinel data, we were tasked to examine whether seizures were temporarily associated with the initiation of Ranexa. In terms of study design consideration, Ranexa presented a unique challenge. The American Heart Association recommends Ranexa in circumstances where beta blockers, calcium channel blockers, and nitrates are no longer effective or not tolerated. Therefore, selecting any of these drugs as comparator for the study would result in creating a patient population with different characteristics that may not be adjustable in the claims data. Therefore, we embarked on using the self-controlled risk interval design, which is a level 2 Sentinel modular program. Basically, the design looks at exposed patients and compares 2 periods where there's a high risk shortly after exposure to a control window where we hypothesize that there's a lower risk of the event. This decision was further strengthened by the FAIRS data, which I just presented earlier on, that showed a temporal association between Ranexa exposure occurring within a short time after exposure. The self-controlled risk interval design is also best suited for acute outcomes and also is able to control for time-invariant confounders. The methods. We included data from 12 health partners from January 2006 through September 30th, 2015. We defined the cohort as patients 18 years or older with at least 183 days medical and drug coverage. Now, within this source population, we defined 2 cohorts. The Ranexa cohort defined as new use Ranexa, which was defined as no Ranexa use during the 183 day before the first use. And we required no seizure, no epilepsy, and or no anti-epileptic drug during this baseline period. The second cohort, the Ranexa with AED, was defined similarly, but we allowed the use of anti-epileptic drug during the baseline period. The first valid 30-day prescription plus a 2-day extension period formed the observation window for analysis. This slide provides a schematic diagram of how the study was set up. As I said earlier on, the observation window began from the date of prescription through the 30th day plus a 2-day extension window. The high-risk interval was defined as day 0 to day 10, which is in accordance with what we observed in the first data. The control window began from day 11 through day 32, where we hypothesized that there will be a lower rate of seizures. We then compared the number of seizure events in the risk interval to the number of seizure events in the control interval. Seizure events were defined by ICD-9 codes shown in this slide for epilepsy, convulsions, myoclonus in the inpatient or emergency department discharge files. We looked at the following populations of interest. Ranexa users defined as Ranexa use with no epilepsy or no seizures or no AED at baseline. Ranexa users with AED, which were defined as Ranexa users with no epilepsy or seizure, but the use of AED at baseline. We also examined the following age categories: 55 to 64, 65 to 74, and 75 plus. And we looked at patients with renal and liver, pre-existing renal or liver disease, defined as the presence of a code for renal or liver condition at baseline. This slide summarizes basic descriptions for the cases found in the FAIRS data, as well as those we identified in the Sentinel data. Among approximately 58,000 Ranexa users, we identified 28 seizure events among the Ranexa users and 11 seizure events among the Ranexa with AED users. This slide also highlights the prominence of more cases within the age 74 plus, as well as a high proportion of renal patients among the Ranexa users. The slide here presents the distribution of the number of seizure events during the high-risk window, denoted by the red bars, and the control interval, denoted by the green bars. The tables underneath gives the number of seizure events in the risk window and the control window. We calculated the relative risk among the Ranexa users to be 1.1, including the null, with the confidence interval, and for Ranexa users with AED as 2.4, that also include the null. For the populations of interest, we did not find any significant results or significant increase in seizure risks shortly after exposure. However, we did note a slight increased risk, which was not significant in the 65 to 74, as well as those with pre-existing renal disease. So in summary, the seizure rates within 10 days of Ranexa initiation is rare and does not appear to be higher in days 11 to 30. For Ranexa users with a history of AED, we found a non-significant 2.5-fold increase in seizure risk. It should be noted that the AED population is a mixture of patients with epilepsy and those who use AED for other conditions such as pain. Therefore, future studies examining the role of epilepsy or polypharmacy on seizure risk would have to be evaluated. We also do find slight increased risk, although not significant, among RENA as well as older patients. This study exemplifies the role of Sentinel in safety assessment. As I earlier noted, we identified the seizure signal in the first data, and then there was a need to further refine this signal, which was done in the Sentinel data. Sentinel afforded us the ability to quantify risk among Ranexa users, as well as identify populations for future evaluations. Further signal refinement in Medicare, which has a better representation of older population, is underway. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So just to provide a little bit of clinical context around the use of ranolazine, as Evie said, this is a drug that's used when beta blockers or calcium channel blockers are not working anymore or they're not tolerated. So I consider people who get Ranexa to be probably sicker, on the sicker end of the angina population. So one might expect seizures to have some sort of significant background rate in that. So what we were faced with was a small, interesting case series of seizures that sort of seemed to happen temporally to initiation of Ranexa. We also had some other sources of data. There's some animal data that shows some neurological toxicity at real high doses of Ranexa. But we did have the luxury of 2 large randomized controlled trials of Ranexa in a patient population that's very close to what is usually treated with Ranexa, so people who have sort of inoperable coronary artery disease. And in those, if you lump those 2 trials together, the incidence of seizures in the Ranexa group versus placebo group were very similar, and the incidence of seizure was rare. You had sort of some of these sort of conflicting streams of data telling you, some suggestion of causality, but then this really nice database that's usually not available showing you that there's not really much difference between the 2 groups when you looked at it in a randomized setting. So it was really nice for us to be able to use ranolazine to sort of explore quantitatively some of the signals that were shown up in FAIRS. So OND and OSE confront signals like this all the time in FAIRS, where you see sort of some suggestion of causality, but you have some suspicion that there's a background rate. So a dozen cases in FAIRS, 24 cases in FAIRS may not convince you that there's a causal relationship between the event. So a Sentinel analysis gives you some idea of maybe a background rate or something to compare it to, and it also enables you to have a denominator, so you can see, is this a commonly occurring event or an infrequent event? And a lot of times when we're analyzing signals like this, we don't have the luxury of having randomized control trials like we did in this case. That is going to be probably your gold standard. That's where you're going to go to for your most rigorous assessment of causality. So to overcome a non-imbalance in a large randomized data set, you're going to need a little bit more than just a suggestive case out of FAIRS. So a little bit more about like how you might apply this to how we do pharmacovigilance in general. The fact that Sentinel can generate background rates of events that happen in sick patients is very valuable, because it helps us sort of interpret some of the signals that are coming out of FAIRS. So I think we should probably move towards trying to collect a bank of these background rates as we sort of encounter signals that we identify out of FAIRS, so that we can get an idea of how common those events are. Again, Sentinel can provide a comparative data with denominators, so that you can understand how frequent or rare the event is, which helps us when it comes to regulatory decision making. Should it be labeled? Where should it be labeled? Does it need a warning, or can it be labeled just as an adverse reaction? The more data, quantitative data that we can get, the better for making those sort of regulatory decisions. And I personally think when we do these FAIRS analyses and identify these interesting case series, we should be looking at Sentinel and seeing if it can be assessed in Sentinel every time. I mean, this is a piece of data that we have access to, and there's really no reason why we shouldn't be looking at this more frequently. It helps the Office of Surveillance sort of incorporate looking at that and assessing feasibility of Sentinel as we do it more and more, and it also helps the O&D side, who sort of has to make the regulatory decision about labeling, use the system a little bit more so that they understand the methodology and can sort of get more well practiced in taking data from Sentinel and using it to make regulatory decisions. So I really enjoyed working on the project and look forward to working on some more.
Hello. I'm Mark Levinson. I'm a director of Statistics Division at CEDAR that deals specifically with drug safety, both in the pre-market and the post-market. We work with both the Office of New Drugs and the Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology, but we're separate, so we perhaps have a unique perspective. We're also very much involved in the post-market requirement world, too, so we see a lot of PMRs outside of Sentinel that also gives us a good perspective. We've been involved with most Sentinel methods projects and surveillance projects. So I think the panel's already made a lot of good observations, so I'll just include some that maybe I haven't heard. The saxagliptin project was certainly a very large undertaking, but we learned a lot from that. And I think if you compare it to what we had available before Sentinel, where we would issue PMRs to maybe address a similar question, I think we're in a much better position. We have more data, we have validated outcomes, validated programs, and now with the modular programs, we can do this much quicker. So that was a big learning exercise. It was valuable in itself to give us, safety information, but I think we learned a lot from that, and we're certainly in a better position than we were 5 years ago. Looking more towards the future a bit, Rich Platt mentioned the integration of CMS. I think this is going to be somewhat of a game changer. Some of the limitations we've experienced in Sentinel over the few years had to do with how many people are actually taking these new molecular entities, because sometimes the uptake isn't very large. With the CMS integration, we'll have a population that takes a lot of drugs, and we've been able to answer questions using CMS, mainly led by David Graham at FDA. So we were able to address a lot of important safety questions, but I think bringing that into Sentinel, we might be able to do that quicker and apply it to a lot more drug areas. So I see a lot of potential with the integration of CMS. I heard several comments about pharmacovigilance, and Mark Stone mentioned that he thought that was very kind of in line with pharmacovigilance, what we learned from that project. And I think that was, excuse me, that was the use of a simple program to get simple counts, but it gave us pharmacovigilance information. Moving forward, you heard we're developing tools like TreeScan and other tools that I think will allow us to do even more thorough jobs of pharmacovigilance. And I think Sentinel has a lot of potential in that area. And finally, I was glad to hear Rich Mashinsky talk about that methods development shouldn't be over. There's, I think, a lot more uses we can make of the Sentinel data. In particular, I think it's important to understand the biases and precision in Sentinel and how we can use methods to better reduce bias and reduce precision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you to all of the presenters. These were terrific examples of how the Sentinel infrastructure and the system itself can accommodate different study designs, different analytic techniques that are needed depending on the safety risk of interest, the therapeutic area, the nature of these things, particularly the need for like a self-controlled case interval design. And a lot of good examples of potentially how this system could be useful in the setting of post-market requirements. Really good examples. And all of you have sort of made the inference that the analytic tools and the data infrastructure have been helpful to better understand the potential for these risks in the specific projects that you talked about. Before I open it up to the audience for questions on these projects, just one general question to panelists on as we think about this system being used potentially more frequently for post-market requirements. We heard this morning about potentially through IMEDs or through other avenues. What would be your sort of recommendation based on what you've learned in your study for increasing the volume of these kinds of safety assessments in the post-market requirement setting? So anything that you learned that you would say if you were to go back and do it again, like, gee, I wish I knew that, or if I could make an improvement to process, or thinking about these things as you go into the study, what would be your recommendation?
I mean, I think I said this in my comments, but we should be incorporating all of these data streams, including Sentinel, into our pharmacovigilance, and not just looking at like a case series out of FAIRS. We need to be looking at Sentinel more regularly. It should be part of the data that you grab. You should be data mining FAIRS. You should be analyzing cases out of FAIRS. You should be looking back at any controlled data that you have, and looking at Sentinel to see what's happening in the real world. So I just think we need to use it more.
Okay, great. Jennifer?
I think one major issue moving forward is just the timeliness. So I think as Sentinel continues to improve with respect to the timeliness of the information it can provide, its utility with respect to surveillance in the post-marketing space will be increased. So in diabetes, we have a number of new drug classes, NMEs, and in recent years, we've had some significant safety issues emerge, even fairly early on. And once a drug has been introduced, ketoacidosis comes to mind with the SGLT2 inhibitors. So to the extent that we can have really timely information, that will really improve Sentinel's capacity to be a useful tool.
Mark?
Yeah, I would just be a little more cautious in the sense that when we promote this, we basically accept the standards that the system gives us rather than, or the information that the system gives us rather than designing the query for ourselves. That it's like the saying, when what you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I think if we end up with kind of very standardized analyses and input, I think we will look at things within the context of that analysis, and let that analysis determine the questions and answers rather than trying to get a better understanding of what may really be going on. I think there's a tendency to be a bit pre-programmed that I would be cautious about.
Okay. So any questions from the audience on these projects or comments on them? Okay, as you're thinking, I've got, so Christian, you sort of piqued my interest with the comment on the length of follow-up that you saw in the Sentinel data versus what was in the trial, and it was counterintuitive, as you pointed out. Any sense on sort of what the driver was for that?
Yes. I don't know the breakdown for reasons of censoring for our particular study, but what we see in similar studies is that the two main drivers are end of eligibility, that usually means end of the study period, or end of insurance eligibility. On average in Sentinel, individuals are with one healthcare provider or one health insurance for about 2 to 3 years. That can be very different depending on inclusion criteria. In studies on diabetes, it can be longer. Diabetic patients tend to stay with their insurance longer than the general public. So that is one limiting factor. The other limiting factor is just people stop using a drug. And that is probably responsible for almost half of the censoring. So even chronically used drugs are not used for years and years.
Okay, great. So just continuing on this line, we did hear this morning about future continued investments in methods tool development and also data resources, so more clinically enriched data. We heard the Medicare data as being will be a huge advantage in terms of being able to capture more comprehensively a large segment of the population that may not be well represented in traditional commercial claims data. As you're all thinking about and getting to Mary Ross's point about this should be done more often and more frequently, what do you, in terms of making that happen, any particular emphasis from your perspective on either like more clinically enriched data or methods in terms of analytic tools? Where would be your thoughts on where the most emphasis needs to be?
I won't speak to methodology, but I will echo the need to have CMS data in there. What we found is the mini Sentinel population is a commercially insured population, so it's younger, it's healthier, and you'll see that in rates. You'll see differences in rates in Sentinel. They'll be lower for some things. So being able to have an older population will definitely increase our ability to look at some of these signals.
Okay. Any other comments? No. Okay. So I think that takes us essentially to the end of this session. I'd like to thank our presenters and panelists for wonderful presentations as really good examples of the capabilities of the system. So thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to go. As we transition the table up here, I'm going to invite the next panel to come join me on the stage. Okay, so this next session is focused on the Sentinel Coordinating Center's work to improve the awareness of Sentinel and its capabilities through messages that target key stakeholder groups, including patients and providers. As Sentinel becomes more publicly facing and as a core safety tool at FDA, and even as a national resource for evidence generation, which we'll turn to in the next session, it'll be extremely important to ensure that Sentinel's mission is clearly communicated to and understood by these important stakeholders and to the general public. A lot of work has been done, led by Steve Makita and others, in incorporating new strategies for communicating about Sentinel to these various stakeholder groups. So I'd like to introduce our panel. Steve Makita is the Sentinel Planning Board member and lead of Sentinel Engagement Partners Work Group, as well as a patient advocate. Following Stephen's presentation will be Sally Oken, who is Patients Like Me's Vice President for Advocacy, Policy, and Patient Safety. And then finally, Vinit Nair, Practice Lead for Government and Academic Research at Humana, has been part of the Sentinel infrastructure since its beginning, and will have a lot of reaction and comments to make regarding the communication piece of this. So I will be turning over to Steve for an opening presentation. As soon as we're ready? Okay, thank you.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure to be here all day, and thanks to Rich Platt, especially to invite me to lead this group. A little over a year ago, FDA formed a multi-stakeholder work group to raise awareness among 4 critical engagement partners, namely the public, health advocacy groups, providers, and health plan members. The mission of the work group was to develop messages to inform each engagement partner about the Sentinel system, letting them know what a valuable tool it is and how it works, and to remind them of FDA's commitment to protect patient privacy. Next slide, please. The Engagement Partners Work Group was tasked with the following. First, we created a plan of action to increase awareness about the Sentinel system story, to shine a light on its successes, and to demonstrate its present and future value. Second, over the last year, we have developed customized messages to reach all 4 target constituencies, and we received input from all of the respective audiences. Next slide, please. Right, this is the engagement partner work group, my all-star team, if you will, who have contributed their time and expertise in crafting these very individualized narratives for the 4 key groups. It's my honor to lead this work group. This diagram illustrates the interactive and interdependent nature of our work group. Each engagement partner sector informs the respective Sentinel system stories that our work group developed and over the next year will roll out and disseminate. Next slide, please. Our work group efforts were framed around 3 foundational principles. Each of the 4 Sentinel system stories are open and transparent about the Sentinel system's purpose, its capabilities, and its successes. Each story has to be relevant and meaningful to the respective engagement partner group. And the specific narratives, as well as dissemination channels, must be effective and understandable for each constituency. Next slide, please. To be effective and consistent, our work group identified what are the key components of the Sentinel system, and each story coalesces around each significant component of this very important tool. And yet, not one size fits all. We created stories for 4 different audiences possessing different interests and needs, and yet each story shares the same information about the Sentinel system. The public and provider stories can be found on the Sentinel Initiative website. We just launched it this week, and we invite public comment on these stories. Our work group succeeded at achieving an 8th grade reading level for the public story, which was no small task, given the complexity of the Sentinel system. The other stories for providers, health plan members, and health advocacy groups contain the same elements, but the sophistication of descriptions vary to meet the needs of the respective audience. Although the health plan members' narrative and the health advocacy group's narrative are complete, we did not include them here in light of the fact that they are templates and will be presented over the next year to these 2 audiences for their feedback and rollout. Next slide, please. Each narrative for the 4 target audience includes these 5 elements: introducing FDA safety mission, and the fact that the Sentinel system is only one of several important tools in FDA's toolbox to ensure the safety of medical products. Second, what makes up the Sentinel system? Third, a description of how it works. Fourth, examples of Sentinel system in action. And finally, each story describes FDA's commitment to patient privacy. Next slide, please. Now, here is the screenshot of the Sentinel Initiative website. Next slide. And here is the location of the Sentinel system story, which has been launched and features, as I've said before, the public and provider stories. We are focused here on the key components in the public and provider stories. This page describes how the Sentinel system works. It tells the public that the Sentinel system answers basic questions involving large groups and patterns among patients. How many people are taking the same drug or getting the same vaccine? How many are having bad side effects? How many are men and women? How many are young, old, pregnant, or take other drugs? You can see that the provider story tells the same story, but takes a different approach to meet the needs of the audience. Next slide, please. Next, we feature how FDA uses this surveillance tool and what it does with the information to help patients. The FDA gets important answers from the Sentinel system about bad side effects in certain drugs or vaccines. It studies this new information along with other information it gets from doctors and drug companies. Then the FDA decides the best way to make doctors and patients aware of these side effects. And the FDA can then decide how the best way to warn doctors and patients about taking a drug product. And you see the second version of that same story for the audience of providers. The work group thought it was very important to shine a light on Sentinel Systems' value. The first example comes from a 2012 study involving a new anticoagulant. The FDA responded to reports about patients taking a new drug. The reports received concerned patients bleeding too much on the new medication. Remember, this is 8th grade reading level. The Sentinel system gathered information not only from patients on the new medication, but also from a large group taking an older medication. The result was that the new medication was no less safe than the older treatment, and thus patients could continue taking the newer medication while additional studies were monitoring the safety of the product. That same story is explained in different terms to providers. Finally, the last element covered in the Sentinel system story is FDA's commitment to privacy. Now, our work is really only halfway complete, as Rich Platt almost daily reminds me. The work group will now focus on the dissemination and rollout of each message. There will be opportunity for public comment from each group of partners. The public message is now live, and we look forward to receiving further public feedback. We plan on sharing the health advocacy group story with thousands of health advocacy and patient organizations to encourage them to share the Sentinel system story with their members. We are collaborating with the AMA through its variety of channels, media, and workshops to disseminate the story to providers. Finally, we will meet with data partners, not only to share the story, but also seek their input and comment regarding their specific audience needs. I could not lead this group without the consistent and constant support, insights, and skills of not only Rich Platt, but Susan Farrow and Catherine Freitas. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, and it's just such a pleasure to be here today and to follow and be at the panel here with Stephen. And the work that the group has done has been actually pretty remarkable. I had the pleasure of being a part of the meeting that was held last year that did inform on some of the things that we thought would be needed and would be relevant in thinking about ways of being able to communicate effectively to the public as well as to patient and advocacy groups. So it's really nice to see some of that work now coming into play and becoming and starting to be live. So one of the things I think that I just want to say at the outset is just the remarkable progress that's been made with Sentinel. At Patients Like Me, we've been following this right from the start early on, and we've often wondered what exactly might our role or might the roles of patients be over time with Sentinel, and it just continues to evolve and it continues to impress us in thinking about ways that at some points we will find ways for the patient voice to be more proactively involved and engaged. But I'd like to focus my remarks today a little bit around thinking about short-term potential and then long-term potential and where things might go. I enjoyed the opportunity to take a look at the live site and really spend some time looking at the public and the provider input that's on the website. And I actually, in response to Stephen's request for feedback, I actually do have some things I think that would be really interesting to think about as you roll out and go in further to bringing this information into other groups and start to see what the public meetings might bring you. One of the things I think that I felt a little uncertain about as I was going through the website, there really wasn't a place where I felt like I was on the homepage and knowing where to go as a member of the public or even as a provider. So the Sentinel system story is really it's sort of a nice idea that shows up right there, but it's not clear that's where I should go and think about finding some information that might be relevant for me. So I think having something that's a bit more overt and obvious for people who are coming onto the site to say, gosh, what is this? And I'd like to learn more would probably be useful. I also think that I love the idea of the Sentinel story. I think that's a great concept, but I think there might be some real opportunity to personalize it a bit more. So on each of the areas for the 4 areas, maybe focus on a vignette or something where you actually bring a face to that personal story. So I think that might be a powerful way of being able to engage people in either someone from the FDA who's talking about their role or someone from the work group who's really been involved in thinking about ways of bringing this into the public and the patient advocacy groups. I always liked stories. For me, though, they bring a real touch of nuance and context, and I think that's sometimes a real great opportunity. I was also intrigued, I have to say, I work for a company that actually empowers patients. We really have very activated and engaged patients. And I thought it was interesting that even though I firmly believe in trying to be sure that we have the literacy level right, I think on the public page, we didn't have access to the links to the publications, yet on the provider page we did. So I think it underestimates the interest that the public might have in being able to access directly the actual or original research that was done. So I would suggest either being sure that you put those links or some references in there. Now, I understand that some of them may not be open access, so that's just another new issue that we need to be thinking about. When you start opening up information to the public, start considering whether or not the publications that come out of Sentinel, maybe they should all be open access. All of ours on Patients Like Me are. We're committed to that, so our patients don't have to ever pay for a publication that they may have been a participant in. So looking ahead, and in summary, I think that the work that's been done has been remarkable, and I think you have an opportunity looking ahead this year, Steve, to think about getting the kind of input you need to make this information become more relevant and alive for people. A few things that I'd like to just recommend would be to consider a process to evaluate and measure the impact and effectiveness of these messages, to really begin thinking about how well did we do, did we miss something, is there an opportunity for us to open up some other ways for you to get the information that you think will be most relevant to you. I also wonder, might there be a future when the Sentinel system really does engage more effectively with patients themselves? Do we have an opportunity to think about creating modules that actually are created with the idea that people could use them? They could, play around with it, and they could start to see some of the ways that information around drugs and their effects on people could be useful for them to actually just have some knowledge about in a more proactive way. And then lastly, I think given the emergence of activated and empowered people and the public and the patients and some of the things that we're all doing these days, I think citizen science offers an opportunity to engage people more effectively in thinking about how can we get answers to questions that maybe we don't think about in the same way as others might when given an opportunity to test and play around with tools that many of the scientific and the scientists and researchers have access to. I love the opportunity of integrating CMS data into this. I think it's just another opportunity for us to think about other sources of data, and I will put a plug in for patient-generated data. I think it's become quite ubiquitous, and we will continue to see that emerge more and more. So I think I'd lastly just say, I think I'd like to encourage us to think about how we leverage the knowledge and experience to advance the capabilities of the Sentinel system and the eventual system of EVGen in innovative and surprising ways with the inclusion of patients and the public, and helping us figure out the best ways to start thinking about this resource. And more importantly, to really ensure that their voices are integral to this continuously learning system that we're trying so hard to accomplish and to build. And with that, I want to, again, thank Steve and the work group's work. I think it's been very impressive to watch what you've done over the last year, and I'm really looking forward to having an opportunity to see the further work that will be done this year. So thank you very much for the opportunity to make a comment.
So thanks, Sally and Stephen. I'll try to synthesize some of the, or at least weave my comments into what both Stephen and Sally have said here. Again, like Greg said, myself and the team have been involved with Sentinel for about 8 years now at different aspects. So we have managed to see the different, sort of the growth pattern of Sentinel. And all kudos to a lot of folks here, but especially Rich Platt here. I always say, there is the technical aspect of the Sentinel, the data, methodology, et cetera, and then there is the governance. And it's equally important, and I would argue in some cases even more, that the governance is what's making this program so successful the way it is standing today. And kudos to you, Rich, for that. So any kind of messaging. So one of the things that we always talk about is when we do messaging as data partners. So I always take this line from a movie, with good data comes great responsibility. So you got to be really careful how you use it, with what you use it. So for all the data partners that are out there, all of us probably wear multiple hats, right? So we are data partners in one setting, health plan in a different setting, a contractor to a provider in a different setting. So knowing all these different roles is actually key to telling the right story that Stephen was talking about here. So as an example, I'll start off with this. As health plans, I'll speak for the group that I come from at least, is that almost all of us, I can assure you, do run some kind of a program that is either evaluating medication risk and or communicating that to our plans or members in whatever way it is. So consistency of messaging with what we are finding from the Sentinel to what is probably already being communicated as a part of our daily operations becomes a very key aspect of it. At the very least, we don't want it to be contradictory. We want all this information sources to be complementary. But that being said, the analysis that the Sentinel produces may be different from the analysis that each individual data partner produces. And this is something that came up in some of the early dialogues with Sentinel, was that we would not consider any piece of information that comes out of an individual entity as complete, and rightfully so, because we don't have the data on the whole system. So to a good degree, we have left that up to the FDA to guide us, to say what's the right information, that then we can work with our partners to say how best to present this. So I would say probably there are three ways, or three pillars as I call it. There's correctness of information, consistency of information, and combining it with the partners that you're working with. So for a health plan, we can very often, very consistently work with both the drug manufacturers as well as our provider community. So how do we weave the message we're getting from Sentinel into these communication strategies with these partners? Again, I would stress, and I would keep stressing this, it's the worst thing to happen to give the patient the wrong information. And so how do we give the right information in the right way? And secondly, I would take a cue from Sally, what you said, is if a patient goes to these websites, it is pretty unclear for the patient what to do. I mean, yes, they've heard the word Sentinel, but is there a path to engagement? And I think we have not even probably discussed, do we want that path? In the sense, how do we create that path? What are the guardrails for that path? Does the FDA really want this to be a system where somebody can go and read and then, so what? Right? So what do these folks who are actually going to the site, what do they want to do? Do we want to create a path for that? So there are some of these higher level questions that probably need to be answered before we bring in engagement. And I'll encapsulate that by saying, before we bring engagement, I am almost positive we need to set some level of expectation. It's sort of dangerous to set engagement without giving guardrails around what can be expected. because that can lead to disappointment and other issues. So in conclusion, I would probably say that there is some work, so great work by Stephen and team here, and I'm hoping that we'll continue to bring in additional partners as we go along here, and maybe we'll try to find some ways of early engagement. So, for example, if you identify a particular topic that's of interest, how do we bring some of these messaging partners early on within the confines of the NPI that we all sign, the non-public disclosure of information? So how do we work with these messaging partners up front? So they might be working on similar strategies and similar programs within their organizations. So how do we bring that in? So when we are ready to message, we are not spending time now evaluating between all these partners what's the right metrics, but all these partners are already engaged up front to deliver a consistent message. So those would be my comments, and thanks for the comments here, Steve, earlier, for setting up the stage here, and thanks to you all for the opportunity.
Yeah. I echo that. It's a tremendous amount of work, Steve, that you and the group has been working on, and kudos to the at least what we saw from the website. It looks great and easily accessible. And I do get the point that a lot of work goes into targeted but consistent messaging that's relevant to the stakeholder and easily accessible. One question, and you touched on this a bit, Steve, but maybe get some further thoughts from you and others on the panel on the sort of push versus pull mechanisms for communicating information. So a website is great because you can if a patient or a health plan member or a provider really, they hear about Sentinel and they want to get more information, there's a good website that they can go to and get that information. You did mention the potential for more proactive push, if you will, mechanisms for directly communicating this information out. I guess is a twofold question. What do you think the need is for more emphasis there, and then what could be good avenues for doing that?
Well, I really appreciate Sally's and Vinet's comments, and we've discussed some of those. Some of those are, extremely compelling arguments to further our work. I think that, generally speaking, we've kind of placed the onus and the responsibility on the respective data partners. So we didn't want to dictate what the health plan's messaging would be. We thought that it would be a better strategy to present a template and then to meet with data partners individually. We wanted to avoid the element of surprise, but we were sensitive enough to the health plan members, knowing that it was incumbent upon them to communicate, and we didn't want to presume what channels of communication, i.e. patient newsletters, websites, in which they could craft their own message. So there might be a data partner who, after looking at the template, would say, well, we kind of like this work group, but we're not going to fly with this particular explanation, knowing it might open up, more and more inquiry. So we were sensitive enough to the data partners. As for providers, we were very sensitive to providing them with what the AMA asked us to do, to provide them with actionable messaging. We did not want to intrude the very special relationship between provider and patient, and yet we wanted to be sensitive enough to providers to provide them with the sort of information and narrative that might easily fold into an AMA Wire, a JAMA article, maybe a nice little workshop that in June at the annual conference in Chicago, maybe Rich and I can have a junket to Chicago and make some sort of cute presentation to the House of Delegates or whatever they have at the AMA. So I think we were sensitive, and notwithstanding, there are 10,000 health advocacy organizations, so we did not want, again, to mandate that particular message. And we thought that health advocacy groups know how to communicate with their respective members. Therefore, if we crafted a rather general template, we would leave it to them to tailor it for their specific needs. So I think the push is coming, but the customization and the individualization will still be honored.
Great, thank you. So as I was listening to that and to the presentation, I kept coming to in my mind, like, what are the questions that patients and health plan members might actually have? So there's a big push to really communicating Sentinel's story out specifically to the public, and if all goes well, providers and their health plans might also be consistent in communicating to their patients and members the story of Sentinel. What are some of the first questions that might come to a patient's mind, and where can they go to get this information? So if I think, just as a I don't want to say typical patient, but a patient, some of the questions that they might come up with are, well, gee, how is I just learned that my health plan, my claims, my data that Humana is I trust to protect, is now being used in this new system. How I'm concerned, maybe. How is my privacy being protected? Or the patient might be like, well, this is great. I want to learn about this new medication. Like, what did you learn so far about this specific medication? That's the second one I came up. And then the third one is, I love this, and I'd like to know that by my data being part of this system, that I'm contributing to something useful or to improving safety. So have you, are those relevant questions? Have you sort of contemplated what the patient or member might be thinking in response to this communication? Thoughts on that?
Sure, Greg. And you're reminding me to add something to my earlier line. With good data comes great responsibility and great liability. So yes, it is something that constantly, that rests in our mind here. But at the same time, I'd like to add a couple of things here to answer. Hopefully, we'll get some answer to you here. So this is where the consistency of messaging or combining with the rest of the partners goes in. So when a member or a patient, lets us know, hey, we are using your data, it is probably not the best idea to come from just one venue. But if it's an initiative that's garnered enough support across the community, if it is something that if it's not something that just Humana or somebody or a health plan is telling you, but it's also something your physician is telling you, if you're hearing the same consistent theme across the folks of the spectrum that you know and that you trust, that builds a better consensus for the rest of the community. And then I'll go one step further here to say something else, which is all organizations, all of us are held to some standard by some agency, be it CMS by STAR measures or anything of that sort. So if we can find, as a suggestion, if we can find a way to weave some of these into those kind of metrics, I think you would find a lot more, encouragement among these organizations to start partnering actively, doing messaging. I mean, I'm just going out on a limb here. I mean, what if a messaging of this sort was a star point somewhere? I think that would be a critical measure. I mean, for hospitals, for example, if providers, if you're able to add, an X point because you're messaging effectively to your members, all of the information coming from Sentinel, imagine the impact it has on your organization. So I would look at consistency again. That's sort of the key word I tend to hop on here, and also trying to understand what are the interests of the partners in terms of messaging. And if you can combine both of them, I think you'll have a consistent message that's also I think you'll find a path that can be sustainable in the future. Thanks.
So it's a great questions that you came up with, Greg. I think for the public and for most patients anyway, the kinds of questions that they would likely ask at the get-go might be, so what's this mean to me? I'm not really sure I kind of understand all of that, but once they get to the point where they understand that their data has somehow been used for something, most people want to be sure that it's been used for something positive, or that there's been something that was learned from it, or it was used to connect some dots that maybe previously wouldn't have been able to be connected. So I think, and I think that certainly people may have concerns about privacy, but I think for the most part, the public today, anyway, is much more accustomed to the notion that they are generating a lot of digital exhaust in lots of different places, and we all sort of know that. So I think that we acknowledge that, and then we understand that there are mechanisms in place to protect that, as the work group has really brought out and highlighted. But I think the ultimate thing I would like to suggest is that with every project that is undertaken, or every opportunity to learn something new, that you almost build in a give-back strategy. A give-back strategy would mean for those 4 audiences, what's the message we want for that? And I'm impressed with the cardiovascular outcome study that was done in the diabetic medications, and I think that there's a story to tell there to the public. There's a nice story to tell there, and I think it's important that people understand that these are the sorts of things that this system can help the general use of medications in a safe and effective way can be told. So I think, again, it goes back to being able to identify what's the story that we could tell in a way that's personalized in such a way that actually means something to me when I ask that question, what does this mean to me? So it may not mean something to me because I'm not taking diabetic medications, but it may mean something to my mother who might be, or it may mean something to others who I know and care about. So I think, again, trying to weave in some personalization, making it relevant, but really thinking about the main question, what's it mean to me? And then how do I start to make sense of my valuing the fact that the use of my data or data from others like me, or people who might be quite different from me, is actually contributing to providing answers we would not previously have been able to answer.
So we do have time for questions in the audience. If you do have some questions, we have some mics in the aisle for you to go to. I guess related to that sort of same line of questioning, one of the maybe a question for Stephen is the provider messaging. So if I am a patient who is taking a medication and I hear about Sentinel's story, my I guess most frequent touch points with the healthcare system are either through my provider or at the pharmacy when I go on to get my prescription. And their initial question, to Sally's point, what does this mean for me? Is my data being used in this system? And it's probably likely that the pharmacist won't know. Some health plans are in, some health plans aren't. So we don't really know if your specific data are being, or the pharmacy might actually not even have heard of Sentinel. I'm not sure. But the provider, hopefully, if the outreach is successful, providers will increasingly become aware of the term. But just any initial thoughts on, has your work group contemplated that piece of it, of pharmacists or providers knowing if that particular patient's data are in?
Well, yeah, we've discussed that particularly with the AMA. We're encouraged with their level of commitment in helping us craft that story. I think that you're quite right that particular relationship is really, for want of a better term, quite sacred. We did not want to dictate to that provider group what should be said or what can be said. But I think that it touches on a very, very important subject that was always a priority as we crafted these messages, and that was one of alignment. Is one that Rich reminded our work group of consistently, that it was important for each group to tell its own story in its own way. But at the same time, we wanted to introduce all audiences to what we believed were the 5 major components of an extremely complex situation. Now, you're not going to reach everyone all of the time, but we thought that through that uniformity of messaging that we can again remove the element of surprise, start introducing a rollout dissemination strategy, pull in more feedback from all of these respective groups, and then start honing in on maybe some revisions to that message. We've even discussed in terms of perhaps introducing an infographic, and that would help describe. Of course, I'm lobbying for the infographic to show a very diverse group of people, one in a wheelchair. I promised Rich that another person will be in a bow tie. And so I think that, with that approach, I think that, using that kind of infographic notion, we will be able to describe to the public, and the public taking in all of these groups, of what a valuable tool Sentinel is. So our initial push was to remove the element of surprise. Now it is to disseminate a message that is both wide and unique to respective audiences, and to put enough information out there that someone, as Sally says, when they look at the website, they're going to know that we were thinking of them. Are we done, with trying to accomplish that? No, but I think we've made a major step forward.
If I just think about like the last couple of years at the, this Sentinel annual meeting that we've heard, where's the patient engagement? How are you going to communicate to patients? And it's not as simple as just saying, well, it's on the website and patients can go there and see. I'm so impressed with how much progress has been made even from last year to this year in the sort of thoughtful approach to what the message is, how consistent it should be. It's not just putting, more information on the website. It's the right information for the target audience. And there just seems to be so much energy and thought that was put into this. So congratulations on making this much progress. Richard, I think you do have a question in the back. Yeah, you can go ahead.
I think the work that Steve described was trying to make sure that you were using plain language that was targeted towards the audience that you were trying to reach. That's great. And Sally, I also really emphasize your emphasis on using stories to convey the message. Again, I think that's something that's very valuable in this context. Steve, I did have one question for you. What sort of evaluation did you do as you were developing the stories? Did you do any testing with single members of the audiences that you were trying to reach, or is that something that's further down the road?
No, sir. So with respect to, we thought a lot about focus groups. One of our members on the work group is Consuelo Wilkins at Vanderbilt, and Consuelo has a number of what I think she terms patient studios or community studios. And we introduced early last spring a narrative or several narratives of the public story. And Consuelo's group consists of not just patients, but this particular committee that reviewed our stories had a whole host of individuals from various professional backgrounds, levels of academic degrees. And so we felt that that was a really great snapshot, if you will, of what the various audiences were. And again, we tested out on, the, with respect to the data partners health plan members. We had, two really, really great health plan member communicators helping us craft that story. And that story, the template is really quite different than all the other stories in its tone and its approach. Again, it doesn't leave out the critical elements of the Sentinel story, but it does present it in a way that is much more familiar and in the same voice as someone that in a health plan that they have a continuing, ongoing relationship with. So again, it's not something that says, hey, guess what we're doing? It's, we've always been worried about your health. And we're a proud member of Sentinel. And we want you to know that we're doing this to help your improve your quality of life.
Thank you for that. And again, excellent panel. I really appreciate it.
Hi. You state your name and affiliation. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rama Piruparde. I'm a global head of quality and regulatory for life sciences for Cognizant. So, to Winnie's point about data being very important in the sense that good data, responsibility and liability, and bad data can also cause problems, I guess. He didn't say that, but I'm saying it. The reason I'm saying that is I think I have more a comment than a question, and how maybe Sentinel program, a great program like this, is going to prepare for it. This is really about the ensuing standards that they have, IDMP, SPOR standards in Europe, and it's also going to be adopted by FDA. This is called Identification of Medical Products, and SPOR is Substances, Products, Organizations, Referentials. Referentials are all about the controlled vocabularies and data sets. So there's a lot of standardization that's going to come our way. It's actually last July one deadline passed and they didn't make it yet. But the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of data, standardized data, data vocabulary, and data governance, data cleansing, and data removing the duplicates. All of that is going to be coming your way, and I guess it's more a statement for awareness than anything else. I think a program like Sentinel would be impacted where everything comes together. Thank you.
Great, thanks for your question, and I think this really does emphasize some of the points that were made on previous panels around valid and reliable tools and algorithms. There's complete recognition across all the users of Sentinel, it seems, of the best uses and the, when is it not appropriate, and how can we, and to the point that seemed to come up all the way through and started with Rich Mishiski, was that the methods can't stop, and we need to stay ahead of methods. And your point around new standards and approaches, that is a continuous part of Sentinel to make sure that we are using the best methods and across the board. But it is related to the communication strategy and making sure that as you tell Sentinel's story, that and I'm not sure if this is a component, but emphasizing that the tools and the methods are state-of-the-art methods is potentially an important part. Any just comments from the panel on that?
I would actually agree with you wholeheartedly, Greg. I think the idea for the public, in any way, and patients to understand and trust that the amount of scientific rigor that's gone into creating this as a resource is really incredible. I think in some ways that's as important as highlighting privacy. Really having people really understand what's gone in to make this to be the kind of resource that it's going to be, not only now and in the future, is really an important message as well. So.
Okay, great. I'd like to thank our panelists, and especially Steve, and all the tremendous work that you and your work group have done to date on this. And it sounds like much more to to come. We're all looking forward to those, to reading those messages, to the health plans. It was a good example of how the tone and the communication strategy does need to be familiar to the relationship that's already established with the member and the patient. So we're all looking forward to that. And thanks to our panelists for reacting. I appreciate it. We are going to move to the next session after a first break. So we'll go to break for 15 minutes and then start right back up at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to welcome you all back for this next session where we are really interesting topic of moving beyond safety surveillance. You've heard today about a lot of things that are going on with the Sentinel initiative and related efforts, especially using distributed data for questions and analyses related to real-world data systems. We heard a lot about the robustness of the Sentinel data infrastructure, the validation tools, the communication tools, really the whole portfolio. Now we're going to transition into a discussion of how this infrastructure is being used as a foundation for broader efforts to address evidence generation needs. This is an issue that, as you've heard about multiple times today, is we think a very urgent one for improving healthcare outcomes, improving value of care, and improving many other aspects of how our health system functions. What we're going to do this afternoon is walk through some current examples and some current as well as emerging opportunities to further leverage the rich infrastructure that started with safety surveillance at FDA and Sentinel, but now has extended well beyond that with some really impressive potential. Very pleased to be joined for this discussion by Melissa Robb, the Associate Director for Regulatory Affairs in the Office of Medical Policy at CDER, David Martin, the liaison to the Reagan-Udall Foundation IMEDS program, also based at CDER, Robert Reynolds, Vice President and Global Head for Epidemiology at Pfizer, Rachel Florence, Program Director of the Research Infrastructure Program at the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, Bill Murray, President and CEO of the Medical Devices Innovation Consortium, and Catherine Myers, the Director of the Office of Clinical and Regulatory Affairs at the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. These are all leaders of evidence generation activities that, as we've said, start with, in some ways, but extend well beyond the kinds of ideas and infrastructure going into Sentinel. So we're going to hear from each of them in turn about these extensions and the potential for further work, and then have some more time for discussion. I'll start off with Melissa Robb, who's been involved in some broad efforts out of FDA for evidence generation.
Thanks, Mark. So I guess I wanted to talk about kind of two different scopes of activities that FDA has been thinking about, and as they relate to Sentinel. So I think one thing is really about how we can better take advantage of the Sentinel data infrastructure and use it more broadly within the work that we do at FDA. And the second thing is, how can we collaborate with others to take advantage of the investments they've made in similar evidence generation systems to make the investments that each group, FDA and whoever we're partnering with, more valuable and more economical. So the actual collaborations, I think that a lot of the people we're collaborating with are here on this panel. So I don't think I'm going to go into them too much, but I want to talk about some of the things that we've been thinking about, broader uses of the Sentinel infrastructure. So you've heard today a lot about how FDA has been using the Sentinel system, has partnered with many different groups, continues to expand the ways that we can use those partnerships and the types of data and the way we can analyze the data to inform Sentinel queries mostly related to safety. And so the focus has always been on optimizing the use of those tools and those data, but it focused on existing data. And I think that there was an acknowledgement that the methods and the data needs to continue to grow, and that will only be to our advantage. But one other area that we've been thinking about is how can we use this infrastructure to better embed different types of techniques such as randomization, where we could get information that wasn't already included in a patient's data. So that would involve an intervention or an interaction with either a patient or provider. And so to kind of separate that program, and I think Rich Mishusky might have mentioned this a bit this morning, we've called that the FDA Catalyst program. And so the big distinction between FDA Catalyst and Sentinel is the nature of an intervention or interaction with a patient. And so seems easy enough, but I'm sure everybody knows that, doing these types of work is very complex. And so what we wanted to do is pick out a pretty basic but important question that we could test this idea of, can we work with these data partners, identify certain cohorts, do an intervention or an interaction, and get meaningful information about that to answer a question. And one of the big concepts that we thought was important is being able to randomize patients and also introducing that. So the first study we've been planning and hoping to launch probably later this spring or early summer is the Impact AFib study. And it's an educational intervention looking at patients who appear to be at risk for certain cardiac events because of their scores and don't appear to be on oral anticoagulant, and sending them and their providers an intervention that would tell them that based on their data, that we looked at their data, it appears that they should be on this medication, that either the patient should talk to their provider, or the provider should talk to their patient about it, and seeing if there's a change in the rate of the outcome. And the primary outcome that we're going to be looking at is the prescription. So are there more prescriptions filled in the patients that had the intervention than the control group? And then we also plan, there's some secondary outcomes that will also be looked at, that will look at stroke and different, if they stayed on treatment and did refills, but there's different outcomes. So we're really excited about this because I think this will be a whole new capability that, opening this resource up for FDA uses. And then hopefully, as we're going to talk about today, there's opportunities for others to kind of work and utilize the investment that FDA has done with Sentinel, but using it for other purposes. So the FDA Catalyst activity is just one activity that will broaden how FDA can use it. And I'm going to let David go now, because he has another FDA Catalyst activity to talk about.
Okay. Thanks, Melissa. So I'll pick up where Melissa left off and describe a specific Catalyst activity. And then with the balance of my time, I'll transition to discussing IMEDS, which is separate from the Catalyst activity, but someday might incorporate Catalyst infrastructure. And then Robert will continue after me and continue discussing IMEDS. So before starting, I'd just like to acknowledge that I received funding for the mobile app project from the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Trust Fund, which is managed through a competitive process through the Assistant Secretary for Planning and Evaluation at HHS. So without that office and their support, I wouldn't be speaking to you about this today. The mobile app project is actually not just an app, it's an entire system for incorporating patient-provided data into a distributed database environment. I wanted the initial use case to be drug safety in pregnancy. We've already heard today about how there's little known about, or we know less than we'd like to know about drug safety during pregnancy. And there's important information regarding exposures and outcomes that I think most of us would agree that only the pregnant women can tell us. So, and those things aren't necessarily present in electronic health records. But what we want to do, obviously, is leverage the benefit of the electronic health data and combine it with supplementary input from pregnant women so that we can optimize our surveillance activities. So the next part of this system is the fact that the participants will actually be authenticated and will provide electronic informed consent through the app. And then there's a secure storage environment, which is Federal Information Security Act compliant, and it has 3 servers, one which stores the authentication information, one which stores the questionnaires and active tasks which go out to the pregnant women through the app, and one which stores the responses that we receive. A nice thing about this is that it's going to have a consistent look and feel. If you have an Apple phone or an Android phone, everything, the app programming is actually being done on these frameworks called Apple Research, Apple Research Kit, and Android Research Stack. And so it'll be a consistent look and feel. And then the app, we heard a little bit in the last session about value for patients. It's going to provide some value for patients at the same time with tracking certain things that might be of interest to patients, whether or not they're of interest to the researchers. They may be of interest to the patients and clinicians. And another thing about this is obviously we're designing this such that the programming is such that you can pick up and put this thing down because we all know that, especially those of us with too many children, know that there's constant interruptions, and so you want to be able to engage with your app and maybe not immediately finish and then be able to still finish things later. And so we try to make it as convenient as possible for the patients. The next feature of this is that, from the beginning, while I had a specific use case, I wanted to really think about how this could be more broadly utilized by the FDA. So there's actually an umbrella app that you can see there. Basically, each study fits the app functionally is an umbrella or a gateway, and so that multiple drug safety studies where patients provide input or other types of health outcome studies can actually be hosted by this app, and people can actually, in theory, interact with it over time because there may be certain studies that they would be eligible for and others they would not be. But the sort of scalability is there. And then the last thing is that, in terms of sort of sustainability, you don't really want to have to do completely custom programming every time you want to do a new study. So these images come from the Study Designer, which is basically a secure web-based system that allows investigators to basically modulate many of the elements of a study. And while you might do some custom code to provide some new special features in a study broadly, you could actually parameterize a number of different studies through this system. So this is kind of I like to call this a transdisciplinary activity. It's really a lot of people from a lot of different disciplines who are engaged in this. Besides myself and Harvard Pilgrim, Boston Technology Company is actually programming the app and really has experience in sort of the app development environment. We have LabKey, which is involved in secure storage for a lot of biomedical data, and this is the first time they've attempted to create this type of repository for this type of data that we have, claims data or electronic healthcare data or data collected from patients through a mobile device. And then, of course, again, thinking of sustainability, we have investigators, because this first topic is related to pregnancy. There's an organization called the Vaccines and Medications and Pregnancy Surveillance System, has a couple of component parts. It's been around for a couple of decades, basically, not necessarily with that name, but the component parts have been around, and the investigators have been involved in working face-to-face with pregnant women for years. So I want to make sure that this was refined, where we take the best lessons from sort of the gold standard of sort of face-to-face clinical research and try to bring it into the app, since the app will have certain advantages with respect to clinical research face-to-face and certain disadvantages. And probably most important is our data partner, which is Group Health. And Group Health will obviously be recruiting the patients, and they will be refining the app as well. They have experience engaging with various patient populations and developing sort of engagement features that refine apps that are not necessarily linked to distributed databases. And finally, they'll be involved in the local analytics. This sort of cartoon or diagram shows you a few key features, and I could sort of try to laser point like it's like a hook, like a like an NBA move here or something, like a hook shot or something. But right here, this is where the authentication, actually the data partner provides a secure token to the patient, and then the patient authenticates. And then up here, these are secure folders or partitions where basically if you are a health plan member and you're using the app and you're providing information, your information goes to a secure environment that can only be accessed by your health plan. And so this provides scalability for FDA because we can have multiple folders, thus allowing multiple data partners to be involved. And there can be subfolders within those partitions, so there could be multiple studies carried out by one data partner or other data partners. And all of these things are essentially independent of each other. And the final feature, obviously, is that the final crosswalk and analytics occur behind the data partner's firewall, which is sort of in keeping with the Sentinel privacy-sparing traditions. So right now, we're actively engaged in completing the IT infrastructure. This app should be in the hands of patients probably this summer. It's the anticipated timeline, and we'll be back to tell you more. So with the balance of my time, I'll just shift gears completely, talk about a different activity I'm involved in, which is IMEDS. And I know that IMEDS has been introduced by several speakers today. Just as a reminder, it's offered by the Reagan-Udall Foundation. This is the foundation for the FDA. It was set up by the U.S. Congress in 2007. Actually, the same legislation that gave rise to Sentinel gave rise to the foundation. And as you heard before, Sentinel data partners and the Sentinel Operations Center have come together and worked with the foundation to basically make this data available to the public, to organizations from the public. And so IMED sponsors will be able to use modular programs, protocol-based assessments, you've heard that term, or customized studies, or a blended approach that complements FDA ARIA to examine drug safety questions, look at benefit risk by looking at healthcare data that FDA is simultaneously using. And so I think, again, we've really heard all day about the kind of use cases for FDA. I think there are use cases, obviously, on the other side for industry. With the ARIA-like capabilities, you can be proactive if you're industry or a patient organization. You don't have to wait for FDA to decide to ask questions. You can ask questions, or if FDA is asking questions, you might parameterize those questions in a slightly different way. With respect to PMRs, as we heard earlier, there are some situations where ARIA is not sufficient, but with a few add-ons, such as chart review, it might be possible actually to conduct a PMR in IMEDS, and that might be logistically less difficult than starting over and conducting a PMR sort of from the ground up. So one other thing to just kind of mention is that people who are working with IMEDS, they're getting all of the production features of Sentinel sort of available to them. And then obviously we have to structure the activity to fit the need. Another key point about IMEDS is that it doesn't change or alter the regulatory relationship between the FDA reviewing divisions and regulated industry. That's important. It just provides a tool or a pathway that may essentially be sort of increase the evidence generation capabilities that are available. And so I think the last thing is just, some people say, well, why is FDA doing this? And I think that FDA feels that we're very happy with the Sentinel system, and we want to have others be as engaged as possible. We think that the additional input of knowledge, of resources coming in through IMEDS will help build out the underlying infrastructure, and that this will really benefit public health. So appreciate you listening to me as I talked about these two slightly separate topics, and now Robert will give us the industry perspective on IMEDS.
Great, thanks, David. So I'm going to cover two topics. The first is hopefully relatively brief, and it's about Pfizer's experience with the IMEDS pilot. And then the second, I'd like to talk about how I see the unique value of IMEDS and suggest some potential use cases for sponsors moving forward. So, throughout the day, I think we've heard very clearly that Sentinel is very useful to the FDA, that it improves the public health, and that it has a lot of features that are very attractive. And I think that it's clear from what we've heard today that many of these tools can also be used by industry as a complement to the scientific activities that companies carry out. So a key goal of the IMEDS pilot was really to develop first and then test a mechanism by which a stakeholder other than the FDA could access the system. And we did this together with Reagan-Udall Foundation, with Duke, with FDA, with Harvard Pilgrim, as well as the Sentinel data partners. And Pfizer proposed two scientific queries. And one query was led by Andrew Bate, and this was a signal refinement query looking at oral contraceptives and VTE. And the second query was led by Rachel Sobel, and this query was looking at could we detect effects of a risk minimization action? So did physicians change their behavior after a label change? And this was looking at a label change associated with PPIs. And we used two types of programs. We used the summary tables, which are the sort of basic queries that you heard about from Rich that you might think about as feasibility counts. And we used the level 1 reusable modular programs. We didn't use the more advanced modular programs because the focus was really on let's think about governance and the policies and procedures for how a sponsor accesses this data system. Just a few thoughts on what we found as new users. I think that overall the system is fairly intuitive for people who have been trained in epidemiology and have used electronic healthcare data. I don't think there were really any surprises, big surprises, but it does require significant investment of learning about the system and practice to be able to develop the query and the analytic specifications and then interpret the output. But the good thing is that the data partners and the coordinating center are incredibly helpful, very collaborative to work with, and I think overall we found the process of the pilot really a good experience, and we learned a lot, and it was very interactive, and there was a lot of time given to us to help us get through those initial kind of early stumbling blocks. As I think you heard from Rich, we completed the pilot in 2016. Both of the queries were presented at the International Conference on Pharmacoepidemiology in 2016 as well, and we have plans for publication. So, turning to, actually we heard, the questions we heard earlier couldn't have set this up better. What I've heard from many sponsors is a question of really what are we going to do with this system? Okay, now that it's available to sponsors, how do we use it? And we also heard the question I've heard the most, which is why do we need this when we have access, fairly easy access to many large real-world data sources? So, what's the unique value? And I'm going to try to lay that out at a few points of why I think it's unique. Clearly, this is not going to substitute for every real-world data source that we already use. It's not going to replace Odyssey. It's not going to replace networks that are part of the IMI initiative, for example, networks that have been developed, data networks that have been developed as part of IMI. But it is an incredibly powerful tool, and it has some unique advantages that I think we need to be aware of when we're thinking about safety questions as well as potentially other types of questions. The first is, really, is there any other data system that is this large? This is an incredible amount of data. It includes half of the US population. Second is it uses methods and tools that have been developed over many years and that are trusted by the FDA. It uses the same quality procedure checking as is in Sentinel will be as in IMEDS. There's very good procedures in terms of transparency around the operations, the methods, as well as publication. And we heard from Rich that many of these modules are available publicly by download by going down to the website. I think also very importantly is that some people have an impression that the system, because it is so rapid and because it uses modular programs, is a sort of push button kind of activity. And our experience is it's not like that. Investigators make the key design and analytic decisions, and then the modular programs are used for that speed. So I think it's, with experience, people will understand that, but I think if you're concerned that it's somehow just all automated and there's no thinking involved, well, that wasn't our experience. And then we heard from David, another key aspect of Sentinel and IMEDS is that they're intended to be learning systems. So the more users customize and enhance modular programs, the more that are going to be offered to the rest of the community. So everyone's contributing to this development of methods and knowledge over time, and that ultimately benefits all stakeholders. For companies with large epidemiology groups, and this is more like where I'm coming from, my perspective, is that the experience is very collaborative around design and analysis. And I think that epidemiologists in companies are going to be able to bring their experience and knowledge in drug development to the IMED scientific team, and I think that's very valuable from my perspective. But another advantage here for smaller companies who may not have epidemiologists or have very few epidemiologists is that you're able to access the coordinating center and the data partners, and they have a wealth of expertise in epidemiology and biostats and data science. So, no matter where you're coming from in industry, there are really some advantages that you're going to have regardless of where you sit. And then finally, I just want to focus in on what are the actual offerings. So what do the modular programs do? The first we heard from David already is they allow us to look at safety signals in terms of population-based assessment. This is useful post-approval, but it's also useful during drug development. They allow us to conduct drug utilization studies, so you can look at off-label use as well as questions around appropriate use. We heard that there's propensity score matching that we can use for comparison of outcomes among different groups using different drugs. And then there's also this ability to look at a pre and post trends, which can be applied to questions around what are the effects of risk minimization actions. And then I think maybe one of the most compelling is this ability to customize the modular programs as well as epidemiologic studies, and the possibility that those studies or customized modular programs could be placed within IMEDS and serve as a post-marketing requirement. And then finally, just to wrap up, I think that we also heard from CBER that there's the possibility of looking at effectiveness, perhaps, and I think in terms of, down the road, as we have more experience in IMEDS, hopefully we'll be able to explore the use of that system for looking at effectiveness and potentially even for supporting clinical trials or pragmatic trials, for example. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Robert, for a lot of ground to cover with some very practical insights based on your recent IMEDS experience. I'm going to change gears a little bit now and talk about the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Network that PCORI is supporting, that's adding to this and integrating with this infrastructure. Rachel?
Thanks, Mark. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And so it's a pleasure to be here with this panel and share a little bit about PCORNet, which is sort of a cousin to Sentinel and has the advantage of sharing a coordinating center with Sentinel in the likes of Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. And so in that sense, PCORNet's been able to develop, so both benefit from the experience of Sentinel, but also sort of develop in a slightly different space because it is mainly EHR-based. So I'm going to give you a little brief overview of PCORNet and then talk to you about some of the collaborations we've started this year with Sentinel to really leverage the power of both networks. So the vision of PCORNet is different from Sentinel. The vision for PCORNet is in short, faster, better, cheaper research. So it's really a research network to do clinical research, both observational studies and pragmatic clinical trials. PCORNet is is sponsored and funded by the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, which is really focused on engagement as a key priority and sort of a key way to engage many different stakeholders, people, patients, families, caregivers, clinicians, health systems, and researchers, obviously, throughout every aspect of the network, from governance to the actual research. PCORNet has infrastructure, tools, and policies to support this rapid, efficient clinical research, and multiple data sources are used. The main source really is EHR data. We are mainly a network of healthcare delivery systems, although we do have some health plans engaged, and we're also piloting patient-generated data and the use of data sources like mobile health. So this is PCORNet, 20 patient-powered research networks. These are mainly disease-specific communities that work to prioritize research agendas and develop and participate in research. The real size of PCORNet is really in the 13 clinical data research networks. There's about 117 institutions across the country. As I said, they're mainly academic medical delivery systems, but we do have federally qualified health centers as well as some integrated delivery systems. They all work together under the guise of a coordinating center, which includes Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, Duke, DCRI, and Genetic Alliance, which is a patient stakeholder driven and led organization. So this is just a quick list of our 20 PPRNs. Many diseases are represented, including a large number of rare diseases. And our clinical data research networks, again, about 117 institutions across the country and a real mix of different types of systems. So this slide, I think, has been shown today. This is the FDA slide on the national evidence generation infrastructure. And PCORNet does see itself as sort of part of that system in collaboration with FDA and NIH, and sort of looking at the many different networks that exist and are developing right now in the country. And so PCORNet sees itself as a key player in this national evidence generation infrastructure. I won't go over the PCORNet Common Data Model in a lot of detail. It's a very close cousin to the Sentinel Common Data Model by design, and that provides obvious advantages in terms of the collaboration. Although we've certainly had some challenges in organizing the EHR data in a system that was built originally for claims data. So here again is a little list of the tables. In blue you have the tables that exist, and in green the ones that are in development. Just a little update on sort of our size and where we're at in our development. So PCORNet really launched in January 2014, so we're a much younger cousin to Sentinel. We had some governance and just kind of implementation challenges in trying to implement the data strategy across such a large scale so quickly. But we have been successful. And this past year was really a critical year to organize. We have 82 data marts across the 13 CDRNs. They originally this summer characterized 7 tables, which are listed here, and they ran on our Common Data Model version 3. So that data characterization provided about 90 million patients with a medical encounter in the past 5 years. And that's about 42 million records that would support clinical trials and about 83 million records that would support observational studies. Here's a quick count of some conditions within PCORNet, just for interest. So don't think of these as rates. These are simply counts that we found across PCORNet at a point in time this summer. This January, we completed our Cycle 2 data characterization, which allowed us to add a number of tables, important tables, including prescribing and dispensing, lab results, and death. And so here are some early results from our January data characterization. We have about 94 million patients available for observational studies and about 46 million available for clinical trials. And sort of similar to the query times reported for Sentinel, many of these queries can run under 3 hours once the data is organized. 18% took more than 10 hours. We do have the VA in there, and so their query ran a little longer. This is just a quick table to give you a sense of the lab results. So the team at the Cornet Center prioritized some lab results, and sort of here's a sense of the counts that you might see. I can't actually read them from here, so I hope some of you can, and you'll have the slides afterwards. Same with medications. The team prioritized key medications and has started to look at both dispensing and prescribing data for these key medications. So PCORNet supports different types of research. We certainly have sort of the early prep to research type queries. We can support observational studies. But I think one of our most promising areas are the interventional studies. We're using the electronic health record to both identify eligible patients and then do electronic follow-up. So without burdening either the patients or the clinicians, seems to be a real promising and important venue for us. Our flagship trial is called Adaptable. It's a pragmatic trial comparing 2 different dosages of aspirin, and most of the work is done electronically through using the common data model data, so electronic screening, electronic enrollment, electronic consent, and then electronic follow-up. So the main point to see about Adaptable is that while traditional cardiovascular trials recruit about 1 patient a month, you can see here in our top performers, we're recruiting as high as 30 patients per month in some of our sites. And so this approach of using the electronic data is really paying off in terms of our ability to recruit in a faster way for clinical trials. It's also much cheaper than a traditional cardiovascular trial. We're opening our front door for business in April, so there's more information for you on the website if you're interested in looking at that. Here's an important slide that talks about all the different collaborations we have. As I said, we are mainly an electronic health record-based system, so we do have collaborations underway with health plans to do data linkages, with CMS, with registries, with patient groups, and so we're exploring all kinds of different linkages right now to supplement the data in the EHR. I'm going to say 2 words about our collaborations with the FDA that Melissa mentioned. So we have 2 pilot projects. One is, and we heard a little bit about Zika this morning, but this is a different project. So one is congenital Zika syndrome surveillance, and then the second one is monitoring and reporting antimicrobial utilization. And so these are our 2 pilots with Sentinel that have really just kicked off this fall. And here's a little bit more information about the 2 projects that you can maybe peruse at your leisure because I'm running out of time. And I was asked to say a few words about our patient-powered research networks. So we have a very eclectic collection of patient-powered research networks. There's been a lot of lessons in sort of watching these groups organize and engage with patients and develop research agendas. I think the results are a mixed bag, but there's many lessons as we go into the future here. We have about 220,000 patients that have signed up to say they're interested in participating in generating questions and participating in research. Some of the areas to watch around our patient-powered research networks are whether the recruitment to pragmatic trials and the interest of patients in participating in these trials is going to be higher because they've signed up already to be part of these patient networks. Another area of interest is the use of mobile health data for research. The idea that patients actually own their EHR data and can share it with researchers, and we're piloting some different apps there, and that's a little app up there called Hugo that we're exploring using for patients to be able to download their EHR data and then consent to share their data with researchers. And then we have a number of new initiatives starting in this spring around learning network pilots, and these are the idea that the patients and their clinicians work together with their delivery systems to really not only conduct research but also bring the results back into practice and really watch how patient outcomes are improving in that process. I think that's my last slide. Yep, that's my last slide. So thank you for your attention.
Rachel, thanks very much. We're now going to shift gears a little bit again. You heard this morning some about NEST and medical device surveillance, and Bill Murray is going to talk more about that.
Thanks, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here. This is an interesting opportunity for MDIC and NEST. You heard Greg Pappas talk this morning about some of the great work that's been happening in NEST. And back in September, MDIC was awarded a grant through CDRH to stand up the coordinating center for NEST for medical devices. And so this is, we're at the other end of the spectrum, if you will. So we're in this for about 6 months now, leveraging the work that's been done first through MD EpiNet and some of the other FDA activities. And as we go forward, we'll talk a little bit about how we could, I think, leverage some of the Sentinel activities as well. So starting out with the coordinating center, just to give a little bit of historical background here. What we are charged with doing through the cooperative grant with FDA, followed with support from MEDUFA 4 funding, is to stand up a coordinating center and complete 3 demonstration projects to look at new clearances and approvals, expanded indications, as well as safety surveillance. So that already starts to expand beyond just the surveillance aspect, if you will. And it's clear to us that our strategy needed to be one of looking at the use of a federated network of data sources, and clearly Sentinel, PCORNet, other data sources will have to be leveraged for us. We have no interest or the capacity or the financial resources to build up those capabilities ourselves. What we do need to do for medical devices is we have to incorporate the and have a vision for the future on how unique device identifier linkage could be included, as well as procedure information, that especially as we look at product performance for devices. And I always like to use tangible examples. So as we've been out doing some landscape analysis and talking to some of the stakeholders, an example would be cardiac arrhythmias, where there's the label and the proved indication is for atrial arrhythmias, and there's data through the instrumentation that is used for ablations that would indicate that there's use for ventricular arrhythmias as well as another application. And so when we think about how to deploy linking, say, Sentinel data with that kind of procedural data, it's a great opportunity to, I think, inform and better understand the use and application of medical products, medical devices. So that's an example of how I think we can use this information going forward. It's going to be critical for us to find ways to leverage, as I said, data sources like Sentinel. We're very much in the early days of this effort. Where we are right now is we're establishing our governance structure. We actually are, I'll make an advertisement, I think our governing committee nominations close on Monday. So anybody that is thinking about nomination should get their nomination in here before Monday. And we're also in the process of searching for an executive director for the coordinating center, which I can assure you is something that I'm highly motivated since I'm doing 2 jobs at the moment. So I think I'll just I'll stop there and just say that this is a great opportunity for us to learn and absorb and to take some of what are I consider best practices that are being used in Sentinel and other places and leverage that into what we're doing at the coordinating center.
Thanks very much, Bill. And now we're going to hear from Catherine about the NIH Healthcare Systems Research Collaboratory.
Thank you very much, Mark. And again, thank you for including me on the panel today. I think it's been a rather robust discussion of the incredible progress this program has made over the last several years. So I'm delighted to talk to you a little bit about an effort at the NIH called the NIH Healthcare Systems Research Collaboratory, which has been working over the last few years to leverage these resources from our sister agency at FDA in order to consider how such tools could be used to further biomedical research. On the collaboratory program, it was initially funded in 2012 and is supported by the NIH Common Fund out of the Office of the Director. And an overall goal of the program is really to strengthen the national capacity to implement cost-effective, large-scale clinical trials that really engage healthcare system organizations as research partners. With several aims, overall, the implementation methods and best practices that enable this kind of research embedded within healthcare systems is really a focal point of the program. And in my comments today, as we talk about methods and best practices for tools that are developed along the way, either within the program or those developed with other resources, such as those within the Sentinel program. This is a map of the trials that have been launched within the NIH Collaboratory. The focus of these efforts are really on pragmatic clinical trials. And since 2012, we have funded a collaboratory coordinating center, which is staffed and housed at Duke University, but also Rich Platt's team at Harvard has been a very important participant and investigator in helping to plan and implement these trials. So 9 trials have been launched across the U.S., which span many different disciplines. And unlike some of the efforts we've heard about today, the collaboratory is not in and of itself a network. Each of these investigators bring their clinical trial with their own data partners, many of whom have 1 to 4 different healthcare systems that are working collaboratively, if you will, in performing the pragmatic clinical trials. Here's a list of many of the healthcare system partners that are engaged in the 9 trials that are currently operational, many of the healthcare systems with which you're familiar. We also have dialysis and nursing home providers that are participating in this, OCHIN as well as the VA hospitals. So quite an array of different kinds of data partners that have come together, and many of these working with other healthcare systems within the context of an individual trial. And here we have a screenshot from the website for the Collaboratory Coordinating Center. And of course, the Collaboratory Distributed Research Network, or DRN, as you know, is led by Rich Platt, and of course, the picture here on the website of Jeff Brown and Leslie Curtis, who provide quite a bit of expertise to the Coordinating Center's activities for the DRN. And over the last couple of years, the DRN team at the Coordinating Center has worked quite extensively with investigators, many at the NIH, in terms of developing methods that are being developed in order to facilitate a greater use of this very powerful resource that Sentinel has developed. Here's a slide of vision. I'm sure that folks have seen this before, where we have the sharing of infrastructure that's been created within different organizations and across organizations, and that each organization participates in multiple networks, and that each network controls its governance and its coordination, and that the networks share infrastructure, data curation, analytics lessons, security, and software development. So there's quite a bit of learning that's ongoing within these systems. And again, bringing together discrete communities of experts who have very different skill sets, which has been critical in making all of this work. So as the collaboratory DRN data partners have been working with the coordinating center team, several of the existing Sentinel partners have been working on a pilot program that was initiated by many of the scientists at NIH that are involved in the collaboratory program. And indeed, some of these data partners are participants in the pragmatic trials that are currently running within the collaboratory program itself. And this is my last slide to talk a little bit about what's been happening and to give folks an update on the DRN program in the collaboratory since last year. Over the last couple of years, we've run a pilot project of 3 queries from NIH scientists that are kicking the tires, if you will, and trying to understand how one develops queries, what are the appropriate processes that are important. And along the way, we've developed guidance documents, training materials, application processes, ways of reaching out, ultimately reaching out to the research community for greater familiarity on how to and on how to use such a tool for certainly at the beginning for research planning. And in 2017, indeed, just last week, the website posted the bottom half, which is a screen site from the Collaboratory website, which is a broader outreach to the research community. There's now an application process for investigators that would like to query the DRN to begin asking questions that can either for which there might be a discrete answer, or more specifically, pulling the investigative community into a dialogue about how to plan for future trials, and that things that can be useful for ultimately writing an application for a clinical trial, leveraging the information within the Sentinel data partners. And I think in closing, I guess there are 2 lessons that we've learned as we've gone through these pilot questions with scientists and as we engage our investigative community on this is one, and certainly I think Robert mentioned this previously, this is clearly an iterative process with our investigators. We're bringing together different communities. We have the clinical researchers who have questions and answers that they'd like, and then we have the DRN team who understand the data structure, its elements, and its limitations. And so with this, when we have a query that appears simple, it still may take a couple rounds of querying in order to get to the answer. And it certainly becomes more interesting when the questions are more than simple counts, but that we get to more complicated or complex questions that we'd like to ask of the data set. So I think that there's been much learning along the way, and we've developed processes and a guidance document and a way for investigators to get into this conversation now. And I think that we'll certainly be learning a lot as we push the community to think about this as a planning tool for future trials. And that's really been the focus now in getting the community educated on what the tool is and how it might best be used. And I think I'll stop there, Mark. Thank you.
Catherine, thank you very much. So we've heard about a wide range of activities to generate better evidence, fundamentally better evidence as part of a learning healthcare system. We now have some time for questions and comments that you all might have about this broad and important topic that builds on the efforts of the Sentinel Initiative. So if there are questions, please get ready to ask them. I'd like to start off this discussion by doing sort of the big picture question about taking stock of where we are and where we're headed. I think in one form or another, a lot of times today, Catherine, most recently in your presentation, we saw a slide showing this notion of shared infrastructure for multiple purposes, where across a lot of these different applications, there's some key common elements like needing curated data and increasingly data that's linked together and curated. Health systems claims, for example, or data generated from patients. There's a need for consistent and validated models that can be run at each participating organization or node in these activities. And those do seem to overlap a lot, potentially. But on top of that, for particular types of applications, there's a need for a governance process that all the participants, patients, the organizations have confidence in. For Sentinel, that's been an effort led by FDA, but with broad participation. All these other activities are either have or, in Bill's case, are developing them. And then finally, some kind of financial support. There's a combination of interests of particular users, but often a public good piece of this. It's the FDA support for core support for Sentinel, for example, has been very important, and similarly the NIH core support. So we seem to have some real common elements across a lot of these activities. What's next? Are we missing something about how to leverage this potential much more effective shared infrastructure to develop it more quickly, to achieve more? What can we do to facilitate more progress?
I mean, I can mention at FDA there's been lots of discussion around what we've called an evidence generation collaborative, and really, kind of building towards the learning healthcare system we've been talking about and some of the things that you've referenced. Acknowledging that a lot of these activities are going on by many private organizations. There's other government agencies that are developing these infrastructures, and the goal should be to leverage them all for a common purpose, or for a purpose that fits our needs, and take advantage of the strengths of the different systems for different uses. So there's been some discussion. I guess I would invite everybody to check out on the FDA website. There's a page that talks a little bit about this vision and where we'd like to see things go in the next 5 years, and the opportunities to work collaboratively to seeing better use of electronic healthcare data for not only observational studies, but for prospective randomized designs to better integrate the healthcare that's given to patients and in clinical care with healthcare research to inform how those patients can make the best decisions with and better use all the evidence that we have in front of us. There's lots of data that's collected around individual interactions with the healthcare system that just really isn't optimized and informing future activities.
We didn't talk a whole lot about this, but the whole massive movement in digital health, I think, is going to have an impact and transform even how we're thinking about things in the next few years. And as we look at what that means, not only for the infrastructure and the systems we have, but how patients can be empowered, and how much more informed and how much more empowered they may be in both access to and potentially having a stronger voice and ownership of their data, and what that means for healthcare providers and the decision process as well. So I think, as we go forward, I anticipate a much stronger I think engagement and voice from patients because of the digital health revolutions that's happening.
We talked a little bit about applications that are based on patients having their own electronic record data, maybe other sources of data, so that's a direct mechanism for participating in. There's still the need for curating that data and combining it effectively using valid methods, but I think that's a really good point about potential ways of both generating more support for these activities and new sources of need for engagement, and PCORNet's been doing a lot of work in that direction too. Any other thoughts?
I think for me, one of the biggest lessons in terms of how we move forward is that incentives have to be aligned for all the participants, and by incentives I don't just mean the dollars, just kind of the value proposition has to be there for everyone that's at the table, from industry to the research community to the health plans to the patients to the providers, and so once I think everyone has a seat at the table and is able to sort of collaborate in that way to move this forward, I think it will move forward much faster. The technical piece now is possible. The future is here technically. The governance piece, I think, are starting to be worked out. But in order for us to really have this national evidence generation platform, each stakeholder has to find its own sort of value proposition to be part of that.
Hi. I'm Brian Miller. I'm a reviewer in the Office of New Drugs, and my question does not reflect the views of OND or CDER or the FDA. With that disclosure aside, So I do pre and post-market safety review, and I guess I think about my mother's constant chiding of me as a child to make sure that I spend my allowance wisely. So by the time a paper ends up on my desk that I read, it maybe costs that investigator $500,000, or if it's a pre-market data set, maybe it costs the sponsor $100 million by the time it gets to me. So my question is, how can we use these tools in order to lower the cost of development or post-market surveillance?
Good. Yeah. I would probably be in a different position if I could answer that question fully, but I'll give it a go. I mean, the way I'm thinking about in terms of drug development, let's use a concrete example, is that when we're conducting clinical trials, as you know well, we often see rare events. Right now, we don't have, and we don't know how to interpret those rare events because there's so few of them, and they may be spread across the two comparative groups. A tool like IMEDS will actually could potentially help us rapidly understand what the background rate is, conduct observed expected analyses, and that may or may not make the difference between moving forward with a trial and this could happen both in the pre-approval or in the post-approval space. And that's just a very simple example where I can imagine we don't have access to that type of data very quickly because right now there really are not data sources that are large enough to ask some of these questions that we want to ask to support drug development. So in theory, that might make it cheaper, might make it faster. In the post-approval arena, I think it's more obvious, right, how being able to enhance these modules that already exist are going to make it much faster. They make it cheaper because you are already working off an existing platform to do post-approval studies, which currently we're either using in a database, if we can do it in a database, or more often we're working with clinical registries or creating entire new data systems because, again, maybe there's an issue of size or we don't have access to medical records in some of the commercially available databases. So, the tool offers a lot of advantages, in particular in the post-approval space, that are going to make it much cheaper to do PMRs and much faster. So, yeah, I mean, that's just a start.
I mean, I think also, and Rachel touched upon this, and PCORNet, and I think we're learning this through Impact AFib also. It helps us identify patients that appear to meet the inclusion and exclusion criteria. I mean, that's a big stumbling block for getting development programs started, is finding the right patients that seem like they can be in your study. I think it helps you understand the population better. So I think there's lots of opportunities to understand kind of exactly what populations look like, what patients are taking what other drugs, and understanding how to design a protocol that's more efficient. So, I mean, I think we're going to continue to learn these types of things, and I think that's a lot of what these different programs are seeking to do, is to identify where there's opportunities to take advantage of this existing data to create efficiencies in clinical trial conduct.
Yeah, and I think the last thing I'd add to all that is obviously Sentinel sort of set this benchmark for transparency, and I think that transparency, which has been carried forward into kind of all of these other networks that we're talking about, it actually enables sort of essentially a community knowledge repository to sort of grow up so that, for instance, every question that Robert just talked about, maybe out of that total that he's dealing with, there's one or two that were recently answered and recently posted, and he has the transparency to be able to evaluate how those questions were asked and parameterized, and the confidence in the data output to then make inferences from that. And so there could be some further cost savings there, that instead of like two different entities really in some sense asking the same question in fairly close temporal period, someone can leverage other work that is available and that's trusted.
And I'd just say from medical devices quickly, the sophistication and complexity of devices continues to increase, And the expectation of understanding and the level of clinical evidence is going to also increase. So the paradigm of today can't continue. It's not a sustainable model. So there has to be a new approach. And so I see this as not an option. I think it's absolutely a necessity.
In the case of medical devices, that's what led to the medical device user fee agreement around investing in this effort. There's expected to be a significant return in both the quality evidence on medical device effectiveness as well as safety, and also a much reduced cost of generating that evidence. So high expectations. And let me follow up. Great question. Follow up with one more harder on top of this. So we've talked about the potential value proposition and ways to meet it through leveraging these different systems that can create infrastructures that are useful for multiple purposes. One other way to do more, to make more progress faster, is to bring down the cost of doing these large-scale network studies. And I know you all, there's been a lot of work going into this. Costs seem to be coming down. We've heard about some of those opportunities today. Any thoughts about the next best opportunities to make this kind of infrastructure work cheaper and more efficient to conduct?
So, I'm not sure I'm the best person to be answering this question, but I do think that a lot of the funding that I think that FDA puts out is around data quality. And I think as our experience and understanding of the data matures and we're able to kind of optimize that process, I can imagine that would be a very good place that we'll start to see savings in the future, especially if we're all working with the same data. I mean, I think that's the biggest value is if it's checked once, it can be used by many. And if FDA is investing a lot of funding in there, there's no reason for somebody else to be doing that similarly. So I think to the extent that we can take advantage of those by using what other partners are developing and investing in, it saves us money and gets us a wider range. So, if where Rachel talks about her data that's largely EHR, that's very unique and complements Sentinel activities, and that's some of the reasons that we've tried to work together. And to think about ways that we can say, well, Sentinel here is a largely claims database. PCORnet has invested largely in an EHR database. What if we, were to answer questions or look at them from different perspectives? How could we get a better, more refined answer?
Thank you. Rachel?
I'll just say a few words about pragmatic trials. So the adaptable clinical trial that I mentioned is about an $18 million trial for 20,000 patients, which by regular standards is sort of a small amount. Having said that, there has been a significant amount of investment in PCORnet to enable the support of a trial at that cost. So for PCORnet to be able to really deliver on the promise of cheaper pragmatic trials, we now need to be able to fund a significant number of these types of pragmatic trials so that we can sustain the original investment. So I think we're at the cusp of that in the time frame where the big investment has been made. We've launched a governance structure. We've organized the data in a way that allows trials at that cost to be run. But now we really need the volume of research to be able to sustain that initial investment. So I think for us, the cheaper trials are certainly possible, but this is the point where we really kind of need to pivot into being able to support the infrastructure that's being built.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Catherine.
And I guess on cost for pragmatic trials and follow-up, the NIH experience with this first group of 9 studies that are launched all largely with a budget of about $7 million over a 5-year period, which for large-scale trials at the NIH is
for those of you who think that's a big number,
is a bit lean.
Look at the cost of a clinical
because
trial.
the sample sizes for most of these trials are anywhere from 1,000 to 300,000 or 400,000 subjects that are enrolled in the studies, and so we've found that there really is economies of scale as many of the interventions are embedded within usual clinical practice. Within the healthcare systems that are participating in the studies. And so we have seen that with this particular model and implementation of these methods that costs for pragmatic trials are less than what we see per patient costs in a more explanatory trial.
Thank you. And Heather, you get the last question.
Oh, good. Heather Colvin with the Duke Margolis Center. And one of the critical communities that I think that we haven't really tapped into yet, and this is building on our work with medical devices, and also building on Steve Makita's presentation from earlier, is the clinical community. I mean, there is lots of work going on in updating standards of clinical care, and if we could tap into Sentinel to better understand the care cascade, particularly in areas where there are new innovative therapeutic options coming on the market, I think it would be very important for them to see the impact. One, first, to better understand, are we following the standards of care that are out there? Two, with the interventions or new interventions coming into place, how does this improve quality of care across the board? And I think that that's a stakeholder that I would love to see kind of engaged. And I think by talking to different people out there, what I found is that by and large, the clinical community is unaware of Sentinel. And so I think that we, as part of this larger engagement effort, should definitely tap into them, because I think that they would have not only an interest in the outcomes, but also in investing in the infrastructure.
Comments on that? There are some initial steps, like the anticoagulation study that you mentioned. That's about kind of finding patients in the community that are at risk and seeing what interventions work. And if you want to comment about further steps there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing to have on our radar. I thought it was very exciting to hear about all the work that Steve and his group had done around engagement, and I know they have plans to focus also on providers. I think the angle that you're coming at or that you're bringing up is a little different than, more of an awareness, but I think it kind of touches on what Rachel was saying, is how do you get everybody engaged with getting or wanting to be part of this and contributing, and how do you bring them to table, and what is their incentive? And I think that it's true that the success of what we all see of a broader evidence generation system, providers and clinicians are key to that happening. And so to thinking about what would incentivize their participation is something we should start, engaging with them around now.
I think our experience from just in the implementation of pragmatic trials with the obvious multiple stakeholders that are necessary for these studies to be successful, that clinicians are an integral part, and at times a difficult community to reach, surprisingly, within some of the healthcare systems. And I think that there have been many lessons learned about how to do this well and better with future studies. And I think we really need to continue this kind of outreach.
Right.
For medical devices, it's absolutely critical because of the procedure-based aspects of many of the therapies. So clearly it's an important constituency. As we think about it in the context of Sentinel, we need to get that linkage with UDI and procedures so that we're able to kind of bring that integrated view together, because that's important for the physician community. So registries tend to, I think, dominate right now in our world, but in the future this will be an important part.
All right. Well, I don't want anyone to get up quite yet, but I do want to thank our panel for an excellent discussion to wrap up today's meeting. Thank you all very much. Now, and while you're sitting tight for just one more minute, I want to turn to thanking all of you. This is, as we talked about at the beginning, this is the 9th annual Sentinel workshop and conference to discuss progress and future plans for the Sentinel initiative. As you heard this afternoon, a wide range of activities that are extending and emanating from it. It really is an interesting time for the program, where on the one hand, clearly a whole lot has been accomplished, but at the same time, we're not nearly at the end of the road. If you think about goals like Rachel just described of an evidence-generating, truly learning healthcare system, but we're certainly marching down that road with a lot of opportunity and momentum for further progress, thanks to how Sentinel has fit into these overall efforts. Many of you in this room, just like many of the people on Rich's credit slide earlier today, have been contributing to this effort. This is truly truly a public-private partnership that will not succeed without the inclusion of a wide range of stakeholder perspectives and good ideas and willingness to partner to try to do things differently and more effectively. So it's a real privilege for us at Duke Margolis to be part of this overall effort, but most importantly, it wouldn't happen without all of you. So I want to thank everyone here in person and online for attending. The materials from this event, along with the webcast, will be available on our website. And then I want to give a special thanks to a few others on top of the long list that you've heard about that have made this possible today, just for making this this conference possible. Our partners at FDA, Aaron Neiman, Michael Nguyen, Carlos Bell, and Azadeh Shoalbi, who have worked closely with us over the last year for planning the content and the presentations here. And then last, our team at Duke, Heather Colvin, Adam Atten, Isha Sharma, and Joanna Klassman, and Greg Daniel for all of their efforts to put this together. Thank you all very much for joining us, and thanks especially for your interest and commitment and action on improving evidence and the safety and effectiveness of healthcare products and healthcare. Thank you all very much.